I see it's Friday morning, right? And 2 days of workshop are telling our Shireen, are there more people coming, or should we just get going? Let's give people 5 minutes, and then we will start the session on urban resilience. Hello. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, all. We're going to start. People are coming in, but we're just going to start, make a beginning. Last day of this fantastic workshop on LLA, locally led adaptation. I'll be leading the session with you on urban resilience. It's a session that is designed, just like all other World Cafes, following LLA principles, making use of your knowledge, collective knowledge, experience, to enrich things, to better understand what we can do to scale up locally led adaptation. For the speakers, we've had a short meeting. Keep it short. We will have table discussions where you have the opportunity, all of you, to learn more about the cases in depth, but also to contribute what you know, what your experiences are, and what you think needs to be done to scale up locally led adaptation. And either I'm not smart enough for the technology, or the technology is deserting me. Yeah. Very quickly, a few things that we have observed in our work. We know cities are engines of economic growth. 80% of the global GDP is being generated in cities. But we also know that, like, a lot of this economic growth, a lot of this economic development is not benefiting everyone. In South Asia alone, 130 million people are living in informal settlements. And these people in informal settlements are the first to be affected by climate change, the impacts. And they're also the last to benefit from any mitigation action if we do not take care. what we see as well, that in the past, cities were safe havens in times of distress. People would go to the city to find safety. Climate change is turning that around. Climate change is making cities into climate hotspots where a lot of things come together. A lot of different impacts. But we also need to realize that for people who live in informal settlements, climate change and climate adaptation, climate change risks, impacts, is just one of the many things they're dealing with. They're also dealing with food insecurity, they're dealing with violence, sexual violence, they're dealing with poverty, poor urban services, insecurity of tenure, eviction, and so on and so on. And on top of that, climate change is further compounding all of this, making things more difficult, more challenging. It also sometimes is introducing more and different risks, new risks, like dengue is spreading across places where it never used to be the case. And locally led adaptation is really, really important to make sure that we find ways of making people understand what the future will bring. And that's not an easy thing because there's so many other things, very valid concerns that they need to deal with. We need to find and negotiate solutions that increase their resilience. But we also need to be aware that many of the issues they're dealing with are not stemming from the place they live, from outside. I've seen urban drainage coming from middle-income, high-income neighborhoods, draining out into informal settlements. You can build beautiful nature-based solutions, it's just not going to work, right? And that's really important. We need solutions at all levels, and we need to find ways of negotiating, identifying solutions that make the city a better place to live for everyone. One of the things we often talk about scale, it might be a bit controversial. I'm not sure whether the idea we pilot and scale up is really a viable way of working at scale. I think in many cases, starting to work at scale from the very beginning will give you the right environment to test things and to improve. But I'm going to stop here. I'm going to invite Aditya to do the scene setting. Aditya, either way, whatever you prefer, right? If you want to stand there, that's fine. If you want to stand here, this. Okay, perfect.
Great. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aditya. I'm the director of the Red Cross Red Crescent Climate Center. And I've been asked to perform a magic trick this morning, which is set the scene on climate resilience in 5 minutes. So I'm going to try my best. We're living in pretty unprecedented times, and I know this is a term that is used quite loosely a lot of the times, but I want to justify why I'm saying this. And that's primarily because 2024 has now been empirically proven to be the first year where we have breached the 1.5 degree mark. And so we're living in pretty uncharted waters. And remember, 1.5 degree was the limit to global warming that we had all agreed in Paris was what we had to aim for. So we are officially now in the age of what we call the climate overshoot. And the context for this discussion is that extreme events are going to get more and more extreme. It's been, 13 years since we had the special report on extreme events from the IPCC that at that time had ascertained that extreme events were becoming more frequent, more intense as a result of climate change, and that trend has magnified now substantially and will continue to do so. Every year for the last few years has been the hottest on record. In December last year, the UK Met Office ascertained that 2025 was going to be right up there as one of the 3 hottest years on record. Apart from extreme events, we are having more and more outlier events. Let's remember that before COVID-19 happened, there was a 1% statistical chance of a pandemic such as COVID occurring, but now it's going to happen more and more often. I'm also mentioning this because a lot of risk that cities face is not only from climate change. Climate change multiplies, amplifies, combines with other sorts of risks to make the whole situation a lot worse. And this was seen through COVID-19, right? Research from our institute demonstrated that 52 million people were battling COVID-19 infections while also dealing with storms, droughts and a range of other hydrometeorological impacts. And it was seen viscerally in particular cases, like when Cyclone Amphan battered the eastern seaboard of India, cyclone shelters in Odisha were being used as COVID-19 isolation centers. So the system was really stretched. And the final big change that is taking place is that risk is becoming more compound and more complex. And by this, I really mean that we are living also in the age of teleconnected risk, where a hazard in one part of the globe leads to a disaster in another part of the globe due to the densification of global social and economic networks. Recently, there was a tropical storm in the car-producing parts of Thailand that not only led to failures of car production facilities in Thailand, but as a result of that, downstream disastrous impacts across Southeast Asia and in car production facilities in Latin and North America, leading to immense economic damage. Sorry to begin my 5 minutes on such a desultory note, but that is the reality which we're inhabiting. But I do want to mention a few important things we should focus on to deal with this overshoot, especially in the context of cities. First point that I want to underline, and I'm sure it will come up in the pitches, is the need for better quality, granular, decentralized data. The data approaches that we use at the moment are not granular enough, not certain enough, not verifiable enough, and we need to draw on a new generation of big data and artificial intelligence to make our understanding of how climate change is going to impact our cities a lot more. A good example of this is heat, one of the major hazards that's going to batter our cities. It's very difficult to ascertain how hot different parts of a city are going to be due to urban geomorphology. And there's a brilliant example that I cite often of an app that has been developed that converts battery temperature data from cellular phones into air temperature data, which then provides a weather station in everyone's pockets. And in America, an initiative is capturing all this data, and they have 500,000 data points on precise air temperature readings from across America's cities on heat for the first time. And this not only gives you a picture of current heat, but also allows you to model heat waves a lot better. The second point, and I'm getting here a bit nervous here, Joe, with my 5 minutes. I'm going to finish soon, I promise. The second point here is informality, and I'm glad it was raised in the introduction. Let's not forget 30% of all our cities across the world live in informal settlements. And this is one of those useless statistics that melds the reality of a Stockholm and a Nairobi. And so some of the world's riskiest cities, up to 70% informal, yet again and again and again, we see that formal resilience and adaptation planning in cities focuses on integrating climate risk in land use plans and formal planning mechanisms that exclude most of the most vulnerable people in cities. So we have to partner much more meaningfully with informality in cities. And specifically, I mean, we need to engage with informal knowledge, informal actors, and informal practices. Number 3, all this means nothing with the right kind of finance. The big picture is roughly 11% of global climate finance goes to cities. And as a statistic that I'm sure has been cited a lot over the last couple of days, only 10% of climate finance reaches the local level. So we're talking about huge deficits in adaptation finance at the local level. It's never going to be bridged by international public climate finance from the GCFs of the world and the bilaterals. All this is critically important, but we need to focus on developing an ecosystem of innovative bottom-up financing, including instruments such as municipal resilience bonds that have been tested and trialed by cities like Cape Town to overcome some of these finance deficits. My penultimate point here is that historically, a lot of focus on enhancing urban resilience has been on developing climate resilient infrastructure. Don't take my word for it. 92.6% of a major climate fund's entire allocation was focused on the development of resilient infrastructure, leaving only 2.4% for, did I get the maths right? Yes, 97.6% and 2.4%, and which is woefully inadequate for capacity building. In another estimate, about city governments themselves are going to have, national governments themselves are going to invest about 300 times the entire allocation of all global public climate finance in the development of infrastructure. So it's time that we invest climate finance in capacity building as well. And survey after survey is demonstrating that our cities do not have the capacity to deal with climate risk. In a recent survey of 350 municipalities, only 4% said they had a person or a team to deal with climate impacts. Only 53% said they have any understanding of how climate change is impacting cities. So let's balance this focus on hard systems with a focus on soft systems. And finally, innovation is absolutely key. We do not know what living in a 1.5 degree world actually means. So we're going to face unprecedented events that we cannot adequately predict and forecast effectively, and we will need to innovate to deal with exigencies. However, the innovation that we see across the sector, in cities especially, is Eurocentric, top-down, led by experts. We need to inculcate a philosophy of innovation that is bottom-up, frugal, and draws on philosophies of innovation such as Jugaad that allow thousands of people already to deal with exigencies. We need to kind of channel that, systematize that, encourage that, and build an ecosystem of frugal, bottom-up resilience innovators that can be the difference between life and death in some of the world's riskiest urban contexts. Sorry for that breathless overview. I promise to get into more detail if I have a chance later. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Aditya. What stands out is it's getting worse, right, and more complex. We miss the data to understand. We have not enough finance, and the finance we have is misdirected. We're forgetting informal settlements in our planning and mitigation, and innovation is badly needed. One or two questions for Aditya, and then we move on to the cases. If there are no questions, we move on, but please feel free if you got anything to ask to Aditya. Yeah.
Go ahead, Vin. I'll repeat your question.
That's great. Thanks, Aditya. As always, a very thorough overview from you, and great to see you here, by the way. You talked about need for better quality, granular data, and I think that's, that is really important. We're talking about building information collection from local level and incorporating local level knowledge and learning. And yesterday we discussed the need to be a little less prescriptive about the type of information that we're collecting, which has been very technocratic before, and relying more on qualitative returns from local level, relying more on anecdotal sort of returns, listening to local people using their methodologies of both collecting and transmitting information. And I wonder how that how that contrasts with the need for better quality, qualitative, scientific evidence-based or evidence-based sort of scientific data compared to an approach which is stressing local community knowledge and learning. Is there a conflict between the two, or do you see that can be reconciled?
Yeah, I think the unsatisfactory answer, Vin, is that we need both. I think we need kind of quantitative data at scale, but we need to make meaning of that through qualitative insights. And I'm a qualitative social researcher myself, so I don't want to just be a big data evangelist here. But I approached the whole debate on big data and climate resilience from a point of skepticism, and I was convinced that we're missing the boat, and the kind of insights that these new approaches are able to deliver are very rich and beyond sort of crude insights that an earlier generation of quantitative data was giving us. If you permit me, I'll give you one very quick example that blew my mind, which was one of the things that quantitative data has kind of repeatedly failed at is determining vulnerability, right? Because it can be so variegated, it's dependent on so many socio-economic, cultural factors. But I feel like we're making some important strides, and one of the big components of vulnerability is adaptive capacity. One of the experiments that I was looking at as part of this recent research that I did was the use of point of sales data ahead of disasters to determine who has adaptive capacity. And simply that means they were collecting data at scale about what people are buying in different parts of a city as a cyclone approached a city. And this was on the Pacific coast of Mexico, in one of the cities there. And so they could actually develop quite a rich map of a city based on if people were buying toilet paper, bottled water, batteries, stocking up on food grains, which neighborhoods were able to do that and which neighborhoods weren't. They also complemented this with data from ATM machines. Who was able to cash out ahead of a disaster, who was not. And so I feel like no longer can we be skeptical of this sort of, and I come from the generation of social scientists who's been deeply skeptical of a sharp reliance on this crude quantitative data.
Thank you.
Sheikh Saab has,
Yeah, but a short question, sir, please.
It depends on his answer. My question will be short.
Short answer, Aditya.
Thank you. As always, very important point that you have made. But my question is, how does it link with LLA?
Mm-hmm.
And particularly, if you think there is if you can reflect on if there are opportunity to create urban employment or jobs, as you were discussing at breakfast this morning, in the LLA context in urban areas.
Thanks, Sheikh Saab. I think all the 5 points that I raised are really at the heart about local adaptation. When I talk about the need for granular data, it's about a better understanding of what's happening at a local level, which has been typically very difficult. Like historically, for instance, to understand exposure, we've relied on census data. In some of the world's most risky countries, like in DRC, the census operates in crude grids of 10,000 square kilometers. So that isn't enough to determine local action. When I talk about the need for innovative financing, it's really about decentralized local financing instruments that can be used, like urban resilience bonds, to bring LLA to scale. I don't think we're going to bring LLA to life across the world cities only by hoping that GCF financing is going to trickle down to the city level, which is, I think, hugely important, but is only part of the puzzle. When I talk about autonomous, frugal, bottom-up innovation, it's really about developing an ecosystem of local innovators who can develop the culturally appropriate innovations to deal with extreme heat, flood, to really bring a subaltern vision of LLA to life. And job creation, I don't have an answer for that. I haven't seen any evidence yet. I think we could impute it through kind of commonsensical theory of change approaches, but we don't really have an elegant narrative like the green growth people have. It may be spurious, but at least it's a narrative. We don't have that for adaptation, especially not for locally led adaptation.
Okay, so let's move. I had a small request before we move on. For people in the audience, you please decide to listen or to speak outside with each other, because it really kind of reaches the stage, right? If people talk in the audience. Okay, my apologies.
I'm speaking too fast for the translator, aren't I?
No. We have two people who are going to talk about planning in informal settlements, Liaquat and Lumanti. Who of you wants to start? Yeah? Liaquat? 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah. So today I'm going to present a project which is financed by GCA, and we have two partners. One is ICAT for knowledge part, I mean the vulnerability and risk part projection prediction, and Spark from India to bring the experience of Africa, Mukuru experience. The name of the project is Building Climate Resilient Migrant Friendly Town through Locally Led Adaptation in Bangladesh. So Dhaka, the capital city, capital of the city, Bangladesh, every day 2,000 people roughly enter into the city every day, of which 80 to 85% are due to climate impact. And deliberately, instead of choosing a city, big city like Dhaka or Chattogram, we choose some secondary town to pilot the planning process following the LLA principle. So we started with Mongla. Gradually, we shifted to other 3 cities. And we considered the old and newly migrated people coming to this town. And we follow the available resilience framework, urban specifically, and also definitely follow the 8th principle of LLA. And also we try to build the capacity of the people to understand the climate change better. Because when you ask them about their problem, they told everything. But our intention is to make them what you call related to climate change. So we concentrate hotspot, especially within the town, following a local level, ward level, and town level planning, and rank them, and definitely involving all of the stakeholders available. The key lessons from the project is municipality being the key agents in developing the plans and to develop the adaptation center. Climate variability and migrants are at the top for making decision level. An unique planning process as a 3-tier process I already mentioned, and also voice of the people can be heard. We also kept a provision to pilot some of the planned interventions so that they had at least by their own eyes see how it's going to be implemented in the future. So for scalability, it's aligned with the national and policy and plan, and it could be an opportunity for government, NGO, and private sector to implement. So I will stop here. 2 minutes is very 2 minutes.
So who wants to, if people want to talk more and learn more about this example in Mongla, group number 1, who will be sitting there, my colleague will join, Shireen, to give all the details. So Yakatbai and Shireen, group 1, will be sitting there.
I have some slides to show.
There you go. It's the white button. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Aditya was setting the background, stating that like bottom up is the approach we need to go if we want the communities to be resilient. So I would be sharing about Lumanti's work for the last 30 years, empowering the community and building the resilience. So it's not about just one initiative which we have taken, but like it's different, some strategies we've developed, evolved, and like contextualized to build the community empowerment. So the strategies are like organizing the communities, strengthening the communities, building their network, building the federations so that they are able to voice their concerns, their challenges, and also link with the government authorities. Building and strengthening community-based finance systems to saving and credit cooperatives, which are completely led by the women. And also building, like these are not done in isolation, but like in collaboration with different city authorities in a citywide scale. So organizing the communities. So what we do in a city is like we start by bringing the communities together. We don't do it in isolations, but like finding out where are the most vulnerable, landless, marginalized communities in the cities, and then we start the discussion with them around like what are the challenges they're facing, what are the strategies they are doing together. So then we enhance their capacity, building their technical knowledge, their skills, making them aware about their rights, access to information, and we do a lot of mapping together, identifying the issues, planning together, and do the collective actions together. Like, what we've seen in a system is that like generally the marginalized communities are like left out from the financial, like they are not getting like financial access. So saving has been a tool to organize the women in the community. They have worked together to build a very robust saving system. So till now we have more than 45 saving and credit cooperatives, completely led by women, managed by women in 24 cities across Nepal, and they have a collective saving of $23 million US, so which they've been using for accessing safer and resilient houses, accessing proper water sanitation facilities, and building resilience. So they have their own community resilience fund, which they use during the then this is not done in isolation, but like more on a collaborative process, like linking these communities finance system, the cooperatives with the city fund. We have started like in some of the cities, community, urban community support fund, where the communities, the city authorities work together to have a city level fund, which are used for like addressing these various needs in the community. So these are some of the pictures where the city and the community come together to address some of the issues. So these are like aligned with the government processes in Nepal. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So when we break up in groups, group number 2 will be there, where Ulu is sitting now. Ulu, that's where group number 2 will sit in our group discussions. Moving forward, maybe Rohit, would you we just changed the sequence a little bit, but you'll be next.
I have few slides, so I want to just show the slides as well. Yeah, okay. So I am Rohit Bhagotra. I am Deputy Director, Integrated Research and Action for Development. So I'll be presenting on the key challenge which not 2/3 of the cities, mega cities are facing in South Asia, but 100% of the cities are facing in South Asia, and that's a heat stress. So what kind of solutions we have around, that is what I'm going to present about. So I think my first slide will just show the kind of challenge we have. So if you look at this slide, you look at that we had only 203 such incidents which were in 2022, and we have 536 such incidents of the heat waves in India all across the country. You know, the quantum is so big and the challenge is really daunting, and when we are dealing with the heat wave situation, not only in India but also across South Asia, including Pakistan, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka too. So what needs to be done? And that's where we thought that we need to pitch in the heat action plan, which are not only a framework for collaboration and the actions engaging with the stakeholders. So what we came up with in 2018 is a heat action plan which is focused on vulnerable communities. So these plans were focused on the communities, engaging with the municipalities, identifying the vulnerabilities, where the vulnerability is in the city, where are the vulnerable heat hotspots, where are the urban heat maps, what kind of actions are required by different stakeholders. So you brought all of them together under one roof, and that's where the solution emerged in terms of not a broad-based solutions looking at a city-level plan, but a plan which is focused on the vulnerable community, depending on their preferences and priorities. So what kind of actions will make a particular location more adaptive? And that is where we looked at several such factors which are causing the vulnerability, and accordingly solutions were evolved. So whether it was related to housing, water, so these vulnerability maps, and also identifying future vulnerability, so that we are taking informed actions. So it was a science merged with the policy and the action. And that's what has been done in the city, and a very amenable action which has been taken by the municipalities. So it's a demand-driven bottom-up plan, and which has been also published by GCA, and I would urge you to look at the Story of Resilience 2023, where this is documented. And it's not a story of one case, but we have We have scaled to India level, and we have several cities adopting it. And these ward level action plan is how they are driving the action. They are owned by the municipalities, they are owned by the communities, and they are focused, targeted, inclusive heat action plans.
Thank you, Rohit. We're going to cross the stage, right? So, Liaquat Bhai already mentioned migration, and we have Pratisha, I'm sorry, of the IOM to tell more about migration.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. I'll just briefly talk about the nexus of migration, environmental degradation, and climate change, and then move on to what IOM is doing here in Nepal. In Nepal, we're seeing ghost villages, which means the government is spending billions of rupees constructing roads, health centers, schools, but people are abandoning the villages. And in the cities, we're seeing new informal settlements, especially along, in hazard-prone areas like along the riversides. And we're seeing increasing number of families who are leaving their children at their relatives' house to move seasonally for seasonal migration, for seasonal employment because of food insecurity, and which again has its social costs. We're seeing increasing number of people who are so desperate because they've lost their livelihoods to climate change, and they are taking huge loans to migrate abroad through unsafe, irregular, unauthorized channels, risking their lives, risking being deported. So this is a human rights issue. This is a development issue. This is a cross-border governance issue. And most importantly, this is an adaptation issue. So in Nepal, we're simply, So at IOM, we're simply generating evidence through research, through documentation of cases across Nepal, to integrate climate migration issues in the adaptation plans. So we're piloting local adaptation plans, local disaster and climate resilient frameworks to incorporate migration issues. And we're just taking baby steps now, so there's a lot to do. And in the discussion round, I would love to hear your thoughts on scaling up. So, thanks.
Thank you so much. So people who want to continue talking about urban migration that's being accelerated to climate change, group number 4 will be there, and that leaves us one single speaker, Aditi Joshi from India, will be talking about urban waste.
Thank you. Very good morning to everybody. Before we get into what Work Chintan does, I'd just like to give a very brief overview about our organization. We are a gendered circular society do tank working to improve lives, livelihoods, and leadership. Our aim is to pioneer a transition to a circular society rather than just a circular economy, which is just, gender inclusive, and climate resilient. Now, if we look at waste, it's generally seen as a problem, but for the hundreds of thousands of waste pickers located in South Asia, it is their source of livelihood, it is their means of survival, and their already dangerous work has become even more dangerous thanks to climate change. Now, the picture that you see on the screen, this looks like a mountain. It's actually a landfill. It's located in Delhi. This is the Ghazipur landfill. It's almost 50 meters in height and has long exceeded its capacity. But Delhi generates about 11,000 tons of waste per day, of which government estimates say that 3,000 tons is not processed and ends up in landfills like Ghazipur. Now, for the waste pickers who live in and around these landfills, climate-related risks and disasters have been increasing year by year. We talked about heat, stress, and so there are landfill fires that are increasing every year. Every summer we hear about this. Urban flooding is a major challenge that also leads to landslides in these areas. The spread of vector-borne diseases are a critical challenge that they are facing. Air pollution due to waste burning is also a very prevalent challenge. So these waste pickers are at the forefront of facing the risks of climate-related risks and disasters. So what are we doing to counter it? So just giving a very brief snapshot of some of our critical initiatives. The first is a material recovery facility, which is turning waste into opportunity. So this is a tie-up with the local municipality in Delhi, where we are providing formal employment to about 50 waste pickers, of which 80% are women. This is a waste picker-led and run initiative, which is diverting waste away from the landfills and also supporting in extended producer responsibility compliance. Apart from the big MRF that we've set up, we've also decentralized waste management by setting up 12 micro material recovery facilities, which are again waste picker led and run. These facilities are turning waste pickers into micro entrepreneurs and facilitating their financial security. Magic Mitti is a women-led composting initiative. Whatever wet waste is collected by the women, it's turned into organic compost and is then sold under the brand name of Magic Mitti, which means magical mud in a way, and it is providing an additional and sustainable source of income for these women. And last but not the least is Climate Sakhis. Climate Sakhis was started to address the dual challenge of generating awareness about the climate-related risks and impact, as well as the necessity of equipping marginalized women with the tools to navigate its impacts. So this is a cohort of about 30 women who are leading grassroots climate action and advocating for clean air, safe water, and access to social security. So I'd love to get into more details in the discussion. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. 5 very exciting case studies. When you go to the groups, I like to encourage you to try to learn from what people do. It's easy to pick things apart, right? What we want is to learn from each other, but also to contribute. Based on your own experience, what do you think can be done to support scaling up, and what is needed in terms of policy change, in terms of institutions, to... We know this, right? These are the questions. So we break up in 5 groups. Group 1 there, Group 2 is there, Group 3 in the back, Group 4 here. I need to outside, if you don't mind. We have 2 rounds, and there are rapporteurs for each and every table. They come back, and good luck. I'm looking forward to what comes out. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, the urban heat is still heated, right? Rohit bhai, Rohit. Can we all go back to our seats? Faisal. Yeah, can we start? We do have, of course, the formal reporting, right? And that's super important because Anju is going to type all of that up. And I'm going to give the reporters a bit of time, 2-3 minutes to gather their thoughts. But apart, of course, what Anju needs to put in the report, what I think is super, super nice to hear is what is it that you hear in these discussions, what you're going to do at home. Like, what did you learn from the discussions, from the cases you heard? And what is it that you're going to try when you're back home? And I'll just give you 30 seconds to think about it, and then I'd like to invite some of you just to share, okay, this is what I learned. I found it super interesting, and this is something that I'm also going to try home. But because that's also part of this workshop, right? Scaling up LLA means learning from each other, replicating it, and getting it better. So 30 seconds. Meanwhile, our reporters are going to gather their thoughts and slowly, slowly come to the stage. They have a bit more time to write up their stuff. 30 seconds, think, and then we make a small round. So, any volunteers, people who feel this is super interesting, I'm going to try this when I'm back where I work. I'm going to ask some people, right?
Thank you. Yeah, I can volunteer. I learned 2 things I'm going to take away with me, just from this last session, not from the whole 3 days. The first is building an evidence base when you are implementing a pilot, so that you can take that to that's useful in the scaling up, in presenting not just what you did, but what worked, and how it is, and who benefited. I think having quite granular evidence, particularly in the case of local authorities that were involved in supporting locally led adaptation plans, if you want to take that to another municipality, you have to show them the incentive for them of why they should invest in that plan and not something else, because they'll have lots and lots of competing investment opportunities or demands on their resources. And the second thing from the waste picking example was, I think for me, is to do a political economy analysis, because there's a stunning business model there, but there are certain barriers to scaling it up, which I think are based around existing vested interests, and unless you can really understand what they are, it's the economics of the model stack up, but there are other things that are preventing that. So, yeah, do a political economy analysis.
Thank you so much. I mean, 1 or 2 more people, right? And then we're going to do the formal reporting, and then we're going to write all of that formal. Who else wants to share something you learned that you're going to try back home? Yeah? 2. And then we do back to the formal program after that, right?
Yes. One of the things that I learned is that when scaling happens sometimes, one of the things that can easily get missed out is the inclusive approach and a just approach when you're, and this was shared with the Chintan's example. They're like, oh yeah, it's happening in other regions, but it may not always be inclusive, and it can be at the cost of the most vulnerable when you're scaling. So how do you keep that inclusion in mind? That was the important point for me to take away.
Thank you. To Pakistan. What goes back to Pakistan?
I will. Well, a lot of learning I attended on heat waves, and a modest beginning was made in Ahmedabad, which was very revolutionary 10 years ago. And I was so impressed to see that the uptake has been very powerful. Almost 400 cities or communities or municipalities have started developing their own plans, and many of them are under implementation. This was extremely impressive.
Thank you. Anju, you can put it on the report, right? Heat plans are going to migrate to Pakistan. I know there's many more things. So you're really the last one, and then we do formal reporting again.
One, it's again on heat wave. Especially the learning is that evidence-based lobbying for getting it implemented. Evidence in the sense, what I learned now from the Integrated Research and Action for Development is that initially the officers thought, we are doing regular things, what is there? But then you go and tell them, this is the situation, this is the situation, this is the situation with evidence, with local weather monitoring systems in place and showing that even though your one weather monitoring station says this is the temperature, but you have an urban hotspot somewhere else, heat island somewhere else. And that is the way you show evidence, and that actually gets into your policies and actions. So showing is important, and then the actions come up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know your hand is up, but we just need to move on because I don't want you deprived of coffee and tea. If the rapporteurs can come to the stage. I see 3 people getting up, so we're missing 2. 4. Who is the 5th rapporteur? Okay. If you all please come to the stage. There was no rapporteur for you? Oh my God. You do it self-reporting. Okay. The formal reporting. So, group number 1. Who was that? You.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So we discussed about the Mongla coastal city and how the interventions have been going on there. So since the government regime has changed in Bangladesh, the interventions and activities in Bangladesh have been somewhat inconvenient because of the government regime change. However, the organizations, BRAC, along with GCA, has been interacting with the local community to rank their priorities, which are the best practices that will be helpful to these communities, such as rainwater harvesting or installing waterline pipes to their homes, things like that. And then it is incorporated at the local level, and then to the ward level, and then it is incorporated at the municipal level adaptation plan. And then these interventions and activities which have started in Mongla city, which is a coastal city, they have been scaled up in 8 different other cities, and further have been planning to incorporate and scaling in other 4 different cities in Bangladesh. And the third question that we discussed was that although there are good plans and policies at the central government level, it is not well translated at the local level. So it is necessary to align the existing plans and policies such as NAP and NAPA and follow the government structure and and incorporate it at the local level. The fourth question was, what would be the role of different actors? The conclusion of our discussion was that utilization of proper political connection and tapping into funding and with like-minded and right-minded personnel and political leaders matter in the different tiers of the government on how to properly do things and how to properly tap into funding and into the that comes into the community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So it's plans at different levels, localizing plans, introducing good practices. Group number 2. Is it working, the mic? Otherwise I'll just run over.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So I'm sitting from the group number 2. So from this group, basically the focus of discussion was the organization called Lumanti has been supporting, in fact, empowering communities to build their resilience. So when we talk about the national or cities program, they are generally, in case of Nepal, they are still generally top-down. They are following the top-down approach. This organization, Lumanti, is helping communities to organize them, organize most of the communities. They are led by women. They are helping to identify and prioritize issue, and the organization is helping local women to empower them for various initiatives. For example, one of the key activity that is working quite well is the saving groups schemes, where women, from different communities and household, they make a small saving each month, and that fund is considered as a local resilience fund, which can be used for the multiple purpose. And on that fund, the local government is also collaborating. Like government each year is aiding of certain amount in that fund, so that is really working well. And so the suggestion here, the ideas of scale off is the community pool fund, gathered by women, local women, which is managed by the women, in which the local government collaboration is there. So the idea is, to scale up that fund, so that helps vulnerable communities, especially the communities living in the river banks, which are extremely impacted by increasing climate events, for example, floods and heat waves and other various events, which is also impacting their livelihoods. And the local resources are not just enough, so there is a need for collaboration and for scaling up, so that they will have more resources to tackle those problems. So how to scale up? We discuss about 3 points. One is the organization is helping communities to prepare the local action plans. And those local action plans are showcased. There is a practice of organizing local expos, where the local stakeholders, agencies, and the local government, they come together, and through that expo or through that community action plan, there is the sharing, there is identification of need, and that creates the opportunity for collaboration. So that is one. The second suggestion was on peer exchange between the communities, communities A and B, for example. Not just within the communities, but at the national level, regionally, and globally. The organization is supporting this mechanism, so that is good. That's a good approach for scaling up. And the third one is, there is a need for joint collaboration and advocacy, because this issue or this set of challenges the community is facing are widespread, and it requires for the huge collaboration and joint advocacy. And in terms of what changes in the policies and system are needed, basically there's a need for the joint advocacy and facilitation, because the existing laws and regulation are not in support or in favor of those communities, those vulnerable communities, especially living in the riverbank. So there's a need for the advocacy and facilitation by the various agencies. And there is also advocacy for for the communities to help them being recognized and making sure that the process, the development activities are inclusive to help the communities. So there's advocacy needed in that also. And the key actors are definitely the local and federal government, because they are directly related to the policy and program formulation and implementation. And the non-government agencies, various development partners can help in advocacy and facilitation. And there is also a role of private sector to play. For example, Lumenty is already working with some of the private sector banks, which provide access to finances. And luckily, we also have a new partner coming on board just today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So plans are still top-down, but saving groups provide an important avenue to organize people. There's an opportunity to link them to local banks, but there is also what's necessary, an increased awareness and advocacy of this issue, right? We're moving on. Group number 3.
Good morning and namaste, everyone. I'm representing here from the group number 3. Our focus issue is about urban heat stress, and we know in the opening sessions, like there is a rising heat wave incident in the South Asia, and we discuss about the case Rajkot city, which is a densely populated city in India with over 1 million residents facing the increasing, heat waves and heat impact. So basically, the interesting thing is we discuss about how the local government and the communities, the cities, people deal with the urban heat issues. So there are some of the solutions which is very much aligned with the co-design process with the city government and the local people. So basically, there are 3 dimensions of the initiatives. First one is engaging with the city government for the data analysis about the historical temperature data that helps to identify the urban heat hotspots, so that they can also provide the trend analysis of the heat trends. So that helps to understand, the recognition of the issues and understanding the heat wave impact at their local context. And another dimension is about targeting the most vulnerable and the most impacted at risk people of the heat wave. So that follow through the participatory process, and that helps to identify the difference of targeted measures and solutions to addressing the differential impact of the heat wave. So the second dimension is very much participatory process that led by the communities, that they are through the participatory process, they understand their risks and their vulnerabilities, and they also identify their own solutions for addressing the heat waves. That's another dimension. And the last dimension is about the heat action plan. So combining those heat data-driven solutions, and they identify the risks and the different solutions that combine with the heat actions plan that define the role of different stakeholders and where to act. And it's also cover the short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions for addressing the heat action plan. So that's the key idea of how to deal with the heat action plan. But the scaling up is there is 3 data-driven solutions, planning, and the long-term integration of the urban planning is one of the areas that we have to scale up across the country or even the South Asia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Urban heat is something that is getting more and more urgent, and the combination of data, participatory planning and solutions, and then developing this into a plan is, I think, scaling up very rapidly. Faisal, you were group number 4 on rural-urban migration.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. So, as you've indicated, that we were the rural-to-urban migration in Nepal. We had a very engaging discussion, so I'm going to summarize in 3 particular points the discussion. A disclaimer, we didn't really follow the structure of the questions, but I'll see how we constructed the discussion. The first point that came up is that this lack of recognition for rural-to-urban migration, in particular in-country or internal migration in Nepal. The policy documents sort of lack of emphasis or lack of recognition of the issue. So then we sort of tried to understand that, okay, how a situation like this can be addressed. So the suggestions were that first we could look at similar case studies or stories of success in incorporation in policy documents in other countries, in the region or other places. The second was really generating evidence that this is happening and the scale and the volume, and in that regard, entities such as IOM could offer support. And then also we need to see that, okay, how this is working and what works. The third is often when you're trying to address a policy issue, you need to find a champion and also raising awareness. So the suggestion was that the local government in Nepal could really be the champion. They could, they could be made aware that this is happening and how this can be addressed or incorporated in local action plans in Nepal. And then they could be the champions for raising this issue and raising its political portfolio within Nepal. Along this discussion, a critical question came up, that who's really a climate migrant? How do you differentiate between sort of an economic migrant versus a climate migrant? While that still remains a question not just within our table but globally, what we discussed is that migration at the end of the day is a choice. And that leads to sort of 4 categories of migration or migrant. The first one is people, there'll always be people who do not want to move or people who cannot move. So these are like, so if you could argue that they are trapped by choice. The second is really people who are on the move and are trying to find a place where they can settle. So ensuring that how they can safe and orderly migrate. The third is people who have already moved to their destination places and making sure that they're finding the right kind of life or living in there. Then the 4th category is really reverse migrants or returning migrants. So what we sort of discussed is that, okay, regardless of what category you fall in, it is your right that you would receive the support that is necessary for you to maintain a sort of a decent living and your well-being is ensured. So that leads to the second point that we discussed, is that what are then the policy strategies and opportunities and innovation to make sure that, okay, different kinds of migrants have the opportunity to make a decent living. The first one was around utilizing innovatively the social safety nets, and an example from India came up that, okay, they have this national cards which are called Aadhaar card. So really what they have made is that the benefits associated, the social safety net benefits are sort of portable. So whether you move from state A or city A to city B or state B, as long as you are connected with the Aadhaar card, you will retain the services or the supports that you have been receiving associated with that particular Aadhaar card. And that could be practiced in Nepal or other places, because often when people don't have these sort of identification, or when they migrate, they lose those benefits. The second is, again, also an example from India, a migration cell, which is also, the histories of this is rooted in the early 1800s when, let's say that from Ireland and other places, when people were migrating to London or in New York, they would be connected to local churches from that particular community, and then they would link up with local networks for livelihood and employment opportunities. So in India, they have something called migration cell, and if you register yourself, as soon as you move to your place of destination, they will try to link you up with local networks to find local either places of housing or employment opportunities. And then another example we mentioned about the migrant-friendly cities of Mongla, the case study in Bangladesh, which it's been piloted that, okay, you find out local areas or smaller towns where the opportunities of livelihood, specific livelihoods are created with support from the government. that encourages people to not to move to the primate cities or the central cities like Kathmandu or Dhaka. Rather, they will be encouraged to leave to these periphery cities. And then again, another example from Bangladesh was provided around that, making sure that people who are leaving behind or staying back, the rural development plan, which creates opportunities for livelihood so that people are not encouraged to migrate. The final one from IM was using remittances. So you could build skills for certain groups of the migrants, and then maybe one or two of the family members could migrate, and then they send back remittances, which increases resilience of the families that they leave behind. This leads to the third and the final point, is really changing the narrative around migration. As of now, there's really a negative connotation with migration. People are scared of migration in the world in many ways, so it's seen in a negative manner. So if we can change it as migration as a narrative which is emerging, so we need to build a notion that, okay, how migration can be like a positive adaptation strategy, how migrants can utilize, could contribute to the resilience building of the communities they settle in, or also they could support through remittance and other avenues, resilience building of the communities they leave behind. So those are the points that we had. If there are any questions or any points that I've missed, would be happy to respond.
Thank you, Faisal. So it's creating an evidence base. I'm not sure whether it matters whether people migrate for climate or other reasons, if you're a migrant, right? And it's developing social safety nets, but also changing the narrative around migration, and maybe see it as an adaptation strategy rather than something really negative. The last group, the waste pickers from Delhi. The floor is yours. You had no reporter.
Yeah, so apologies if I sound a little all over the place. Yes. Yeah. So again, apologies in advance if I sound all over the place. I had about 2 minutes to just collect my thoughts and the discussion that we had. So a lot of the discussion was around the sustainability of our initiatives, particularly the material recovery facilities and the decentralized waste processing facilities, how these are self-sustaining models now. They've become self-sustaining models, but as far as the challenges with scaling up are concerned, one critical challenge that we face is for the initial cost of setting up these centers, and what we can kind of do to, get those costs. So that was one discussion. The second was also around training, capacity building, and awareness generation, not just among the waste pickers, but the larger community and the resident welfare associations to encourage segregation of waste at home. Because if we're giving mixed waste, then the quantum of waste that gets processed and segregated automatically reduces. So I also mentioned how Chintan does have these initiatives for awareness and capacity building of resident welfare associations. We do awareness programs in schools. We do it with urban local body officials and also with the waste pickers on occupational health and safety, the kind of hyper-segregation they need to do, and how that helps in ensuring that we get segregated waste and that the quantum of waste that is sent to the landfills decreases. There was a discussion on alignment with the government priorities, and I mentioned that waste has become a very critical priority of the government, both at the local, state, and the national level. There was a landmark guideline that was released last year in August, and Chintan was involved in the formulation of those guidelines, which was for inclusion of waste pickers under the Namaste scheme, which basically is aiming to enumerate these waste pickers, because there's no data that the government has on how many waste pickers there even are in India. So enumeration of waste pickers, along with that, linking them to social security and social protection schemes that are critical for them, and providing them access to formalized spaces of waste segregation and waste management, the way we've done that. So there is a major focus of the government on inclusion and linking of waste pickers. So Chintan's work is definitely aligned with the government priorities, which also helps in scaling up the initiative. This is also, then we had a discussion on other models that are visible, such as the Indore model for cleanliness. It's been ranked the cleanest city in the Swachh Bharat rankings for several years now. But we mentioned that even though it's shown as an ideal model, it wasn't necessarily an inclusive model, because what they done was they displaced the waste pickers who were there and got in private companies. So what we are trying to do is build a more inclusive model of cleanliness. Then there was a discussion on the importance of having mediators like our organization as a mediator between the households and the waste pickers, or the government and the waste pickers as well, so that the initial process of trust building happens. There was also a discussion on value addition, such as the black fly composting in Nairobi, and how Magic Mitti is another initiative which is also reducing significantly the quantum of waste going to landfills, because about 50 to 60% of the waste that is generated at a household level is wet waste. So if you end up composting that, that's a significant reduction in the quantum of waste that ends up being dumped. And how there has been a significant increase in the incomes of these waste pickers, particularly the women waste pickers, who earlier had a very inward-facing role, wherein their husbands or the men in the family would collect the waste, they would bring it home, women would segregate it at home, and then the men would again go out and sell it. So a lot of these women did not really associate themselves to be waste pickers, but now we did training and capacity building on leadership as well, and they have now become leaders in their community through the Climate Sakis model, and they're running these self-help groups and have seen a significant increase in their income and their confidence as well. So yes, so the bottom line was that the challenges in waste management are huge, but we're taking small steps every day to make a difference. That's about it.
So thank you so much. I mean, very well structured, by the way. But it's a lot what Aditya said, like about finance, the opening, like finance, building capacity, finance to get people going and get local initiatives going. Good to hear. Like, I mean, I lived 15 years in Delhi. I never saw the landfill in Ghaziabad, I must admit. I never saw the landfill in Ghaziabad. Though living in Delhi for 15 years, never saw the place. So, and it's good it's becoming more visible after, and learning from each other. Maybe also Indoor can learn from you, right? Be more inclusive. That is the end of this urban session. I think it brings out a lot of complexity. Also promise for models that can be scaled up. And that's very promising. But it's clear the urban climate resilience challenge is intertwined with a lot of other challenges. It's not an easy one to solve, but a very important one. With these words, it's me begins between you and the tea and coffee. So I'm going to get out of the way. We get back here at 11:30, right? So there's tea break. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the rapporteurs. Thanks for the people who shared their story. And thanks a lot for all of you contributing, learning, listening, and hopefully all of you taking something home. Thank you. I think we have a group photo, right? You can have tea, we still go for the group picture.
Just a quick note, if you haven't returned your interpretation device, if you can kindly do today, that would be great. Thank you.
Aditya, we need you in the stage. You're the scene setter.
Hear us? You're muted. Hi, you can hear us, right? Okay, we can also hear you, and if possible, we would like to see you too. Thank you. Your screen is a bit, your face is not showing properly though. If you can turn down the screen. Yeah, now perfect, yes. So we'll start in 10 minutes, so you can turn off and do your work. Meanwhile, I'll give you a call, once we are here. Great, thank you. Hi, may I request you all to please take your seats? We'll start shortly.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Welcome you all to the last panel discussion for this workshop. So this is going to be on leveraging private sector finance for local aid adaptation. First of all, I want to invite all the panelists to come on the stage, please. Just on that side. Acharya, please. Yeah, colleagues. So for the panel discussion, we have also one more colleague who is connecting with us virtually. So Jatin Singh from SkyMet in India.
Hi.
Yeah. So hi Jatin, how are you? Can you hear us?
How are you?
Yeah, we are
Yes,
fine. Yeah, thank you for being with us. So if the session is on leveraging private sector finance for local aid adaptation. So there are a few interesting words. The first one is finance, then it is private sector, then it is adaptation, then it is local aid adaptation. So we are just getting very specific into the session. So if we just have a look on the global trend on adaptation finance, there are some interesting facts. The first one is that the global finance for climate change is increasing, but it is increasing at faster rate for mitigation, not for adaptation. And secondly, the need of adaptation financing is increasing, but it is not sure how is the gap. How much funding is really needed, how much funding is coming. So there is a debate on this. And the third one is that in case of adaptation financing, the engagement of private sector is increasing, but maybe the rate should be much faster than this. And if we talk about the financial instrument, that is very much important for the private sector or adaptation financing. We know that supporting the resilience of the people, we need more grant support, but still, that is something that is dominating in the market. So with this fact, there's interesting statistics from now and between 2035, developing country needs around 3.3 trillion US dollar at adaptation financing. But at current rate, if we go, then it will be only 840 billion USD till that time. So this is a matter of concern for all of us. So with that starting, we need support from public sector development partners, different international agencies, as well as from private sector to make it a success for the climate vulnerable communities. So we are today sharing a number of exemplary cases how private sector entities are engaging in local adaptation financing. We have colleagues from commercial bank, large corporate groups, social enterprise, and different types of organizations. And if I just tell a little bit about the engagement of Global Center on Adaptation in the field of climate adaptation financing. So we have a dedicated program to support the developing countries to access more climate finance. Our support comes in the form of technical assistance. So we support countries in planning the adaptation, preparing good funding proposal for climate change sources, and also have the capacity building initiatives. So to start the session, first to set the scene, I request our colleague Shashwat Acharya to share his experience on this area. Yeah, please, Shashwat.
Good afternoon, all. I'm grateful to GCA for providing me this opportunity and for everything they're doing for institutionalizing local-led adaptation initiative. So we all know that this is a high time we institutionalize local-led adaptation. And why it is urgent? Local-led adaptation solutions are critical for addressing climate risk at the grassroots level. However, most investment in local-led adaptation is public money, but the needs vastly exceed the scope of public funds. Therefore, private investment is vital. But we need to consider that private investment in locally led adaptation has moved slower than mitigation, and it is because of several reasons. Locally led adaptation solutions is complex and varied, and even if the solutions are identified, it's harder to scale up. The policy and regulatory frameworks for locally led adaptation is kind of weaker, and enabling environment is less mature. However, our study has shown that there is a bright side. Even though challenges exist, there can be good return on investment. I want to just showcase 3 case studies. Amru Rice, regenerative agriculture. Amru Rice works through agricultural cooperatives, smallholder farmers, using a fair incentive system, creating a sustainable and inclusive supply chain. In 2020, IFC provided a $10 million loan in adopting sustainable rice platform standards. And again, in 2023, Amru received further investments. Now, Amru is exploring climate-smart farming model through regenerative agriculture. Coffee climate protection insurance. CCFI project mitigates climate risk through a co-contribution for coffee weather-based index insurance. It operates based on objective parameters such as rainfall and temperature measurements. Interestingly, a study on willingness to participate for index-based insurance showed that 90% farmers are willing to pay a premium on insurance products, and reinsurance companies are showing high interest on this. Digitizing agriculture. Cultiva is an agri-tech company that provides integrated multi-crop platforms that enable seed-to-table tracking, supply chain deforestation assessments, and supply chain greenhouse gases assessments. Cultiva now serves over 1 million producers and more than 6,500 agribusinesses. In 2023, Cultiva secured a 7-figure Series A financing led by a venture capital firm. But it's really important to consider that making these key cases successful, there are key success factors as well. Policy and regulatory. Tax incentives and benefits for the agri-industry provides a stronger business and investment case. Policy and regulatory factors that promote sustainable agriculture production. Government policies supportive of digital technology solution in the agri-sector. Enabling environment. Strong supply chain linkages with cooperatives and smallholder farmers. Farmers' awareness of the benefits of insurance schemes. Large corporations increasingly recognizing the need of traceability and transparency in agri-supply chains. Market or economic, global demand for organic agri-products, strong reinsurer interest, and presence of local insurance provider. Agri-tech startups have been drawing investors as it's currently underrepresented while viewed as having significant growth potentials, all linked with LLA principles. So what needs to be done to tap the potential? Government supported by donors where needed should make available better data and information on physical climate risks to companies, households, and other stakeholders. Countries should set out investment plans linked to NAP and NDC, which identify priorities for private investment in climate adaptation. There remains a need to strengthen the investment climate, especially in low and middle income countries. Private commercial finance will not flow freely to countries where the local investment climate is challenging and markets are not functioning well. We need to understand that basic investment climate is a prerequisite for attracting private investment. Provide support to pipeline development. Countries have a variety of local adaptation needs, and each investment will require different approaches, a variety of partners, and can be complex and costly to prepare and structure. For investing into a locally led adaptation, there's a need for early stage support to build a pipeline of prospects to help bridge this gap between grants and later stage investment. Work through national development banks and local commercial banks. There's a critical role for the local banking sector for private sector finance, combined with their detailed knowledge of local markets and relationships with local private actors. They possess important comparative advantage. They may need targeted support from public sectors to strengthen their systems to build the capacity to support climate agenda. We need to take opportunities provided by technology. Technology have an important role to play in stimulating private sector engagement. This offers new business opportunities. Taxonomies and standards can help create or shape private sector markets in key sectors for locally led adaptation. Taxonomies can help investors on knowing where they can invest and helps reduce greenwashing. So I'd like to end my presentation with some positive hopes. Hope where we have cross-sectional whole of society approach to institutionalize locally led adaptation. Hope where smallholder farmers and cooperatives are provided or supported with all success factors to institutionalize locally led adaptation. Hope where private sector and public sector go hand in hand to make individuals within the community believe that locally led adaptation is possible and is a great return on investment. I sincerely hope that all of this is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shashwat, for this very informative presentation. Yeah, actually you shared a number of challenges, also some solutions. It is true that adaptation solutions are local, complex and varied, and harder to scale. Ticket sizes are smaller, and aggregation is harder. Policy and regulatory framework for adaptation is weaker, and market is less mature. But today we are going to demonstrate some of the interesting cases, how our colleagues or institutions overcome these challenges and make some business cases. Yeah, so our first colleague, Ridha Islam from Fazidasa Foundation. Fazidasa Foundation is a non-government organization from Bangladesh. So Ridha, can you please tell us a little bit about the initiative that have taken by you? Thank you.
Cool. Hi, Ridha. I'm a senior manager at Sajada Foundation. Just a brief about the organization. It's a value-driven non-government organization based out of Bangladesh. And it essentially established, let's say, the first corporate philanthropy case in Bangladesh, where it is also the largest shareholder in Renata Pharmaceuticals, the fourth largest pharmaceutical company in the country. So when Sajida was formed and then it took on shares of Renata, the dividends received from Renata essentially established the programs that Sajida launched, and then it scaled at large. In terms of our work, we also operate the 7th largest microfinance program in the country, in Bangladesh. And one thing that we've tried to focus on is to find new avenues of accessing financing for specific causes and specific regions. Now, we established the first case amongst microfinance institutions in the country to issue a green bond. At the time, it was approximately $120 million in value. It was the first iteration of a zero-coupon green bond that was issued by a microfinance institution. The subscription was open to primarily institutional investors, and it targeted on lending the proceeds raised from the bond to enterprises that operated in climate vulnerable hotspots and in industries that weren't directly contributing to negatively contributing to the environment they operated in. Some of the interesting cases here was, since it was a zero coupon bond, the face value was sold at a discount to the institutional investors. One of the interesting cases there is our inception, our issuance of the bond actually preset our, the authorization and the issue occurred before the formal Debt Securities Act by our Securities and Exchange Commission was formalized that detailed the green bonds requirements and where the proceeds could go. So they essentially helped create the avenue for the SEC in our country to structure, right, what will qualify as a green investment, how will debt securities be channeled into such businesses through financial institutions as well. The issuance of the green bond itself helped us calibrate how we approach businesses, who we work with. This led to the formation of our dedicated climate change program as well, because one of the lessons learned from the issuance of the green bond, from utilizing it is, all right, what are businesses that we are actually going to target to on-lend this type of financing to that's already being implemented on the ground across the country that qualifies as a green business? And what are the things that we can use to actually measure what quantitative benefit we can generate through the financing that we're providing under this instrument? And what it also helped over time was to essentially bring regulators and private sector partners, but by that I mean corporates and other financial institutions, to figure out how to, let's say, homogenize the description of the type of businesses that should be targeted through this type of financing. What we're doing right now is working with regulators, Bangladesh Bank, with the SEC, with other financial institutions, to align the requirements of green financing with the National Adaptation Plan specified for Bangladesh, which defines the type of sectors that this type of funding can go into and what the quantitative measures will be to understand whether that financing is actually having material effect in improving the circumstances of the people who are living in these areas and the type of businesses that are actively taking risk in, establishing such green businesses across the country. Thank you.
So thank you. Actually, that was really very interesting case. So just seeing this, I have two questions for you. The first one, I see that the bond was an unsecured one. So there is no guarantee behind this. But that was purchased by two corporate bodies, large corporate bodies in Bangladesh. So actually, what was the key attractive feature of your bond that inspired them to purchase these bonds? So that's my first question. And in case of the second questions, I see the way forward, that is, you are also having some other initiatives with Climate Innovation Fund. Can you also please tell a little bit about this? Thank you.
Sure. So to answer the first one, we structured the green bond in a way so that it's first, the interest that's going to be driven by it had to be privately placed. It was an extremely new, it was a new concept in the country in itself. We've heard of green bonds being issued by garments companies. You issue it to one entity, they buy and restructure their factories, but in our case, it depended on lending to micro enterprises. The two institutions that we went to, took a risk with an unsecured bond because with microfinance institutions, we don't post collateral. It works similarly with, it's a similar scenario to subordinated bank bonds. The incentives that that were in play here that, that attracted these two institutional investors to actually subscribe to the bond were that it offered a tax advantage. The zero coupon bonds actually have a tax benefit for investors in it. And the other thing was Sajada Foundation offered a corporate guarantee which was essentially backed by our stake in Renata. They took faith in the fact that this is a well-established company, it has regular proceeds coming in, and it has an obligation to pay back that amount. And at the time, one of the other incentives that were worked in play was that in our country, a ceiling and a floor was established for banks, where the highest interest rate that could be charged and the highest interest on deposits that could be charged were capped at around 6.5%. Well, the bottom was 6%. The coupon rate that was offered was slightly higher, and it had the added advantage, as I mentioned, of being tax-free, the interest earned on it. So both of those incentivized the institutions to actually come in and play. And it set up the precedents for us where we were like, okay, now this bond seems attractive. We were able to make full payment of principal and of the coupons. We can move to issuance to a larger group of people. We can go for public subscription. We can now offer this to high net worth individuals. We're doing that with a non-green, but another zero coupon bond that we've just launched. And the second question is Climate Innovation Fund and the other work that we're doing. So Sajada Foundation, one of the things that we believe is we're not going to come up with all the solutions out there. There are other businesses that are trying, there are social enterprises that are trying the same. What we want to help do is build equitable enterprises that can try out new ideas that they themselves are able to come up with. So that essentially brought us to form the Climate Innovation Fund in partnership with the British Asian Trust and a few investors like Unilever in Bangladesh and Prime Bank. So this offers grant and loan support to startups that are working specifically in addressing climate-related challenges. Our first round's primarily focused on agriculture and renewable energy, with the primary focus on agriculture. So this offers concessional loans. This offered some grant support for research for such smaller enterprises, startups essentially in this space, to try solutions and to essentially replicate and implement them outside of what usually happens to be city-centric solutions in our country. We established this fund with the idea that, all right, there might be other solutions out there that can benefit, that we can actually have them, replicate in other regions where we operate as well, work with micro enterprises that we support through our microfinance institution. And it seemed like a step towards, making some positive, a material positive step towards working with enterprises instead of, asking, specifying for them, all right, this is the type of thing that we're specifically going to finance, cater your project to it. So essentially that was establishing a way of figuring out what the local landscape of startups and enterprises want to do in this space and taking a risk in investing in them in that manner.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, it was very nice to hear from you. So colleague, today we have one colleague from one commercial bank. That is the commercial bank from Nepal. So we have with us Khushbu Thapa Magar. Can you please tell a little bit about the initiative? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here among you all. So let me start about my bank. Nepal Investment Mega Bank is one of the most prominent leading commercial bank in Nepal, established in 1986. In recognition to its commitment to sustainable development, the bank has obtained accreditation from the Green Climate Fund, which makes it the first direct access entity in private sector to get accredited in Nepal. Apart from the accreditation, bank has worked on several initiatives for the for the local adaptation needs. For example, one is the women entrepreneurship loans, which our bank has been providing. to meet the, to provide entrepreneurship loans to women, basically from rural communities. We also have marginalized loans for the people in the most vulnerable communities. The bank has so far provided around 3,000 plus loans in this scheme, which has been like empowering and supporting livelihoods. The next is, as part of our sustainable initiative, the bank has started a green saving account, where a person who opens a saving account, a tree will be planted for every account that's opened under the scheme. So with that, we have like, I think, around 4,000 plus trees, which has already been planted in various provinces, wherever the account has been opened. So in conclusion, as an accredited entity, now the bank has the responsibility as well as the privilege, to mobilize climate finance going ahead. Thank you.
Really, it's nice to hear from you, and congratulations of you being the first private sector direct representative from Nepal.
Thank you.
So I think it really makes it wide open for accessing more climate change fund, for adaptation from Green Climate Fund. But as we know, actually commercial banks are more interested with mitigation project, right? Because they are more commercially viable. So whenever we talk about adaptation project, the first challenge that comes, that is to make it commercially viable. So, Khushbu, actually, I want to hear from you, when you design your product for adaptation or local communities, what are the usual challenges that you face, or what is your suggestion in this regard? Yeah, please.
Climate change, I must say, with the increasing number of people, being affected with climate-related activities, so adaptation is inevitable. And as a commercial bank, and all the PFIs, I think, in Nepal should engage in meeting the adaptation needs, because Nepal is one of the most vulnerable countries in climate change. And because of that impact, the banks ultimately will suffer in due course, because due to the high vulnerability, the businesses, and communities, they face financial distresses, and it will increase defaults and even pose many banking risks. So it's very important that BFIs come together and, understand the needs. Yeah, there is some catch in adaptation, when banks has to finance. First of all, you said like, bankable climate finance projects are very, hard, which has a good, clear revenue stream. The project developers needs to work on preparing projects which meets the adaptation needs, which addresses the challenges of the people in the grassroots levels, as well as the projects which is sustainable, which is scalable, which we can leverage and encourage the private sector participation. Bottom line, we need projects meeting the adaptation needs, as well as ensure that the projects meets the Nepal's national climate projects, and also it reaches by working with the local government. Government initiatives can also help in supporting these climate adaptation projects. There are many adaptation projects in Nepal which are ongoing through commercial banks with the help of government subsidies, government-backed guarantees. There are a lot, and I think more can be done. One of the significant challenges banks are suffering is, I think, the limited resources and the capacity among the banks to support adaptation projects. The adaptation projects, the structuring and the climate risk assessment, it's still new because it's not comes under the generic banking models. So I think as a commercial banks, they can play a bigger role in addressing these challenges and making adaptation, more investable sector. So the key is collaboration. If we work together, I think we'll be able to support this hindrance. The challenge is immense, and so is the opportunity.
Thank you very much for sharing. So let me share one case that GC is supporting in Bangladesh. We are supporting one of the private sector direct access entity in Bangladesh called ITCOL. So the experience that we had when ITCOL shifted from mitigation to adaptation project, the first thing is that they need to learn about what is adaptation. So this is true for all the commercial banks, but I think you have very long experience of around 40 years, as well as you clearly understand the local needs. So I think that will definitely be helping you to design some very good adaptation projects. We hope for the best. So, dear colleagues, I just missed one thing. For the question from the floor, actually we'll be opening this after hearing from all our colleagues from the panel. So, for our next case, we have with us Vigat Singh from Royal Enfield Asia Group. So, just a little bit actually in case of CSR, as we are aware, the CSR funds are some funds from the private entities that they use for environment and other social purposes. So we found a very interesting case with Royal Enfield. So Vigat, can you please share a little bit on this? Thank you.
So thank you, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to be here today. I represent the Aisha Group Foundation, which manages the CSR funds for Royal Enfield. Now, as you probably know, CSR is a mandated fund, which is 2% of your profits go towards social work. Most of the companies do social work around their local area, but we have chosen to work in the Himalayas. All our work, and it's organically growing, while we see that we are now aligning with the principles of LLA, but all our work has grown as we had spent time in the Himalayas. All our work has started to grow and with the communities, and now what we're really focusing on creating resilience for Himalayan communities. So we have a number of interventions that are currently ongoing, and across the, as we call, the Indian Himalayan region, which is the eastern and western parts of it. One of our key initiatives is what we call the Himalayan Hub, which is really our think tank for creating solutions. Being an engineering company, we are looking at creating sustainable solutions for adaptability and sustainability of Himalayan communities in the Himalayas. So this is really work with things like what we've been discussing in the morning also session is circularity on waste management. Waste management in the Himalayan region is very different from waste management in a civic or a civil society. Here, the economies of scale are so poor that moving waste from the Himalayas to moving it to a solution where it can be managed sustainably it's difficult. But yet we have been able to look at communities who are actually, what we call the Paryavan Sakhis and things like that, which are actually getting some revenue out of the waste that is collected. So these are the kind of solutions that we're working on. We also work with a lot of women and youth. We have a number of fellowships, whether it is, conservation-based fellowships. We also have entrepreneurial-based fellowships, which is really for youth who are really marginalized, coming from really remote parts of the Himalayas. We train them with various things. One of the things what we work with is an organization called Green Hub, where we use video as a medium for conservation. These people are trained on video and on conservation, and they've gone back to their own communities in remote parts of the Himalayas and actually have created sustainable change. For example, they've gone back and stopped hunting in various parts of their communities. They've gone back, and the Amur falcons used to fly through parts of Nagaland, and they've managed to stop the killing of Amur falcons. They have gone back and created community forests in their own region. So various initiatives like this have, had these champions of change. They've gone to their communities and have been able to do though. We also seed some of these youth by giving them conservation grants to $5,000 to $10,000 over a spread of 2 years. And this enables them to actually work on community-led initiatives across their regions. The other initiative that is what we call the Himalayan Knot works with handlooms across the Himalayas. We work with some of the marginalized pastoral communities which live on the brink of human existence in places like Ladakh and Himachal. And we're looking at giving them a market linkage. So we bring in high-end designers. We work with the back end also by providing training, weaving, all of that, but also bring in high-end designers to create capsule ranges, which then are sold in big cities, and then that proceeds goes back to the Himalayan communities. So we're actually looking at closing the loop on a lot of these activities rather than just giving them just basic training. So a lot of market linkage work is also that we work on. The other initiative that we work in is also because a lot of we started our thinking because of a lot of our motorcycle riding happens in the Himalayas. So a lot of work on sustainable tourism and where we're looking at actually creating these green pit stops, which are these pit stops for travelers, but also they provide local livelihoods and local experiences to the travelers who are coming in. And we have 3 or 4, two operational now, and they are run by local women. So it's a lot of local, livelihoods and all that have been generated in that area. The other is, again, for youth, is our initiative on supporting rural sports, and the focus is really on ice hockey. Again, ice hockey is played in very remote parts of Ladakh and Himachal, and it's a growing sport, and it actually also encourages winter tourism, because most of these areas experience very heavy tourism in the summer, but it's a lull in the winter. So these are the basic interventions that we have been focusing on with Royal Enfield. And it's interesting to see is that, because of these initiatives, we've been able to leverage a lot of other interests also that are coming in to support in the region.
Yeah, really very encouraging case, actually. I've been just listening. So, and what is your factory or plant in India?
So all our factories are in Chennai, which is south of India, but we have chosen to work in the Himalayas, essentially because unlike a lot of other companies, what happens is with the CSR mandate, which is in a way it's money spent already. So most companies will work in either their backyard, or they would just sign a check to the government and say, this is our responsibilities towards the CSR mandate is done. But we have chosen to work in the Himalayas because when we started thinking about in the region, we realized that most of our motorcycle riding happens in the Himalayas, which is some of the most pristine riding routes. And then we said, how do we bring in our growing motorcycle riding community to be part of our programs? And that's how our sort of thinking started. And as we started spending time in the Himalayas and working with local organizations, we realized that the opportunity is immense. So that's really how we've...
Yeah, that's really interesting to listen. So what's your suggestion for other private sector or for private corporate bodies like you to engage their fund in this type of CSR, especially for adaptation and local adaptation? What do you think?
So I think that the opportunity is immense. I think what happens is that, if you just look at the CSR spending across India, a big state like Maharashtra, which is very economically advanced, receives 15 to 20% of the CSR spending that goes behind. Whereas the 9 states across the Himalayas, the Indian Himalayas I'm talking about, only receives 2%. So there is clearly an opportunity for a lot of other corporates to start looking at how they want to spend their CSRs towards adaptability, because the Himalayas affects the entire the population of India, being as known as the third ice cap, is actually impacting all the people downstream. So I think it is an opportunity for a lot of corporates to come and work in the Himalayas.
Actually, you not only provide the CSS support, and if you have a look on the type of support you provide fellowship and grant. You are also working on biodiversity, conserving textile, that's supply chain. You are also working on some rural networking. That's really fantastic. Thank you very much for. I think that's very encouraging case for other private sector in the globe.
Thank you.
So thank you. So for our next case, we have Hasibul Mannan from ACI Fertilizer. Hasib bhai, can you share a little bit about your initiative? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, folks. I'm Hasib. I'm working for ACI. Let me tell you something about ACI. It's a Bangladeshi company. It's a public limited company. It's one of the largest conglomerates in Bangladesh. We have big strategic divisions for like pharmaceuticals, then mobility where we have motors, manufacturing plants, then agribusiness, consumer brands, logistics, plastics. So we have more than 5,000 products what we marketed across Bangladesh, and we export more than 70 countries. And we, in the year 2003 to 2004, we earned revenue more than $1 billion, US dollar. So it's a very big conglomerate in Bangladesh, but I'm especially focusing on agribusiness. I'm part of that division. So agribusiness is also a very large integrator in agriculture, livestock, and fisheries, where we deals with seed, fertilizer, feed, crop care, agri-machineries, animal health, animal genetics, all kind of this kind of products and services, and also research and development. And our ACI fertilizer is also part of this division. So in SEI fertilizer, what we exactly doing, we are having wide range of organic fertilizers. So as you know, the soil must have 5% organic matter, but in Bangladesh now it went down to 1.5%, and in some areas it went down less than 1%. So organic fertilizer is helping to regain this soil nutrient and life. So this is the reason SEI fertilizer come up with huge organic fertilizer business. And we are collecting waste from various parts of Bangladesh to develop our products. And we have more than 20 processing plants around Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, every year, more than 107 million metric ton waste produced, and only 2% waste is using for any productive use or any work. And SEI fertilizer is every year 100,000 waste collect and produce 30,000 metric ton organic fertilizer. And we are having 43% market share of organic fertilizer. And we are having 40% growth every year. So our future plan is to, if I share the current industry scenario, total in Bangladesh, 80,000 organic fertilizer, 80,000 metric ton organic fertilizer is produced, and the market demand is 120,000 metric ton. There is a 30 to 40,000 metric ton gap you can see. So SEI dream is to, within next 2 to 3 years, we are scaling up our operation, and we will produce 100,000 to 150,000 metric ton organic fertilizer. And this will basically not only make a paradigm shift from chemical to organic matters, but also it will create good environment vibe and restore the ecological system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, you are trying to build a market for organic fertilizer, but I have been just working in your business model. That is, I see that organic fertilizer is a very marginalized product because you are competing with chemical fertilizer. So when you are selling the organic fertilizer to smallholder farmers, so you cannot charge a very high price, right? So this is something that makes this type of project very commercially challenging. And I'm wondering, actually, you are taking bank loan, commercial bank loan that is supposed to be at a very high rate, right? And you are also investing from your own group fund. So I'm just wondering, what is the innovative business model that you have, actually, that helped you to lower the cost and make it a business case? Yeah, please.
Yeah, you are correctly said that the profit margin is very less in organic fertilizer product, because if the price is gone up, the chemical fertilizer will come up. So what we did, we select a very innovative strategic business plan, where we are not producing any organic fertilizer, rather we are promoting local entrepreneurship. So we divided Bangladesh in many areas where the local entrepreneur can easily source waste, like cow dung, poultry litter, ashes, many things. So we have a SOP, very standard SOP, to select these entrepreneurs who can easily source this waste from his or her locality. And he can or she can establish this processing plant with the support of SEI. Because in Bangladesh, to establish an organic fertilizer processing plant, you must have a license from government and lots of standards you have to follow. And SEI have that experience, and also we have funding. We do match funding with the entrepreneur. And if the entrepreneur meet the criteria of all the need, then we go for this contract with the entrepreneur. And we have now 20 entrepreneurs, and it's situated everywhere in Bangladesh. And we are, the good thing is every year, each entrepreneur has more than 30% growth of production. And we are planning to create more entrepreneur in next 2 to 3 years, like it's 50 or 60, so that local entrepreneur can source the waste from the many farms, many farmers, and the local economy will boost. So this is not only help the environment, but also help the nation, how the company is benefited, the local enterprise is benefited, and farmer is benefited. So this is the way, the innovative business model we are following. And we have a very good research team. So they include lots of micronutrient with this, our fertilizer, so that the yield gone up. So when the farmer is using our organic fertilizer, they can easily see the change of how the chemical fertilizer is benefiting them and how the organic fertilizer is benefiting them. So they can easily change their practice from chemical to organic fertilizer. And the prices, we are keeping it in farmers' affordability, so it's not hampering them so much. And another innovative things we are doing, we are doing partnership with many research institutions of Bangladesh government, like BRRI, Bangladesh Rice Research Institution. So they are trying to integrate this organic fertilizer in their rice production, which will increase their rice productivity yield, and it will show that it's giving benefits better than the chemical fertilizer. So this kind of innovation we are also doing. And lastly, this whole thing is not capturing only by ACI, but also Bangladesh government. What practices we are doing, what lesson we are learning, we also share with Department of Agriculture Extension. So they can also understand that we are not doing it alone, and they are also part of it, and they always involve when they're scaling up any intervention regarding organic fertilizer, and they take us with them, and we do lots of joint interventions.
Yeah, really nice to hear from you. Actually, you become a support for the government also, because you are now sharing your lesson learned with the government. So that's really fantastic. And in case of organic fertilizer, it has more cross-cutting benefits, both mitigation and adaptation. That's really so. Actually, agribusiness is a very large area where there may be multiple options of private sector engagement. So from the floor, there is any colleague who can share any ideas of how private sector can be engaged more in agribusiness? Any colleague from the floor? Yeah, I see one from here. Yeah, please. Can you please introduce yourself? You want to come first?
Thank you. My name is Firoz Ahmed. I'm from British High Commission, Dhaka. So I have a quick reflection on market system development perspective. So if you see the market system development approach, and if you think around market system, I think two immediate issue is whether it is commercially or business viable, the intervention we are talking about, particularly, for example, for compost fertilizer intervention in Bangladesh. Then second issue is whether there is, the business enabling environment which is actually supporting the market system. For example, supporting function from, government is around policy and regulation, particularly for compost fertilizer, for an example. And when you look around a weak market, particularly for climate adaptation perspective, where the recipient, they are very climate vulnerable, it is one of the last mile challenges. And the second last mile challenge is the geographical vulnerability. So when you have the very weak demand side, at the same time, when we have a product that has actually very weak demand in the market, so from our experience with the other agriculture program, so we learned actually for a weak market start with a closed loop. When we think around, the market system development, the next question is, it is like, the open market system, or it is a open system. So start with a closed loop. In other words, start with 3 wider interventions around knowledge, information, and skills. Educate your demand side on, whatever they use, goods or services for climate adaptation perspective. They need to learn this, and educate your supply chain and build their capacity so that the recipient or demand side, they can have, the right information, right knowledge, and right services, for example, for agriculture, for their production. And then expand the market. When it works, expand the market for the wider market system, ecosystem, and wider market system actors, so that they can copy it. When they actually copy it, and if you see the crowding in, for example, for compost fertilizer, when other company actually invest in this company, then you can say that, yes, the market system actually works, because the business entity, they see the benefits for their investment. And the third thing is, then final thing is, after expansion, so you need actually response and support from the supporting functions from government. So government, they should actually buy this model and support this market with proper, the policy, regulation, etc. So key message is, for development sector, any development program, we are the facilitator for the market system. We are not the service provider. So the demand side and supply side, they will work, and they actually, there will be in the core functions. And from government perspective, actually, it is not just market system. Market system need actually government, the regulations, policy support, etc. Then you can have a, the wider market system that works for the, especially for the poor community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this nice comment. Any more comment? Can you please be specific to your comment, please?
Sure. I'm Amara from the Aga Khan Foundation, Pakistan, and I was very happy to hear about, you were talking about micro-enterprise and startups, and then we were talking about sustainable tourism. So just comments and question also to think about, food for thought. When we're talking about micro-enterprise and startups, there's a lot of work happen. There's a whole big space for startups now and micro-enterprise. So how are we linking those to, that's a great opportunity for linking them, or climate finance aspects, and financing a lot of locally led adaptation through these micro-enterprises and startups, especially at the rural level. When we talk about startups, we have this image of young urban people, but in our context, in the South Asian context, we're talking about rural communities as well. So how are we differentiating, and how are we using these micro-enterprise and these startups and linking them with financial instruments that can contribute to this whole discussion of climate finance? My second point, that's a question and point for discussion, is on sustainable tourism. And I was very happy to hear about sustainable tourism, because that's a huge avenue for us in the development sector to cash in on, by bringing in the private sector that's working in the tourism industry. If you look at Nepal, if you look at the north of Pakistan, so making these businesses, not just limiting them to CSR, but making these businesses very sensitive to development issues, specifically climate. If we talk about nature-based solutions in the tourism industry, we talk about job creation, employment in the tourism industry, we talk about water conservation. There's so many things that we've been discussing in the past 3 days that are very linked, can be linked to the tourism industry, whether it's in the urban or the rural context. So bringing that into, this whole discussion of climate adaptation, especially locally led climate adaptation. So comments and questions.
Yeah. So I think there are 2 questions. So one is directing to Hridoy, regarding the microfinance, and another to Vigat. Actually, we'll be answering this question later, rather, because we have 2 more panelists to share their projects. So just allow me. So the next one will be from the RRN from Nepal. So today we have our colleagues, Ratna Karki. So can you please share a little bit on your project? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon to everybody. We started from the morning, now already in the afternoon. So, I am from Rural Reconstruction, Nepal. RRN is a leading non-government development organization in Nepal. And we have been working for the last more than 30 years. I'm presenting here about the motto that we are taking forward for the sustainable agriculture. And when we talk about sustainable agriculture, and it connects mostly the social entrepreneurships and obviously this medium, small and micro enterprises as well. So the initiatives that with this kind of concepts, no, we do have different projects being implemented and implemented in the past also. The initiatives we are undertaking is go with the landscape-based farming, organizing the smallholders. No? Earlier, what used to be like a very subsistence kind of support system that the farmers or the smallholders they were getting before, and with the current situation, and people they are looking better life, better livelihoods, and this subsistence kind of the supports in the farming and agriculture is that is not very much in the need of the smallholders and in general people as well. So what we are doing we are blending these contents of the social enterprises and this general other kind of business enterprises. No? Social enterprises do have this social responsibility, this environmental responsibility, cultural responsibility on one hand, and if we go only with that, there will not be a good business. So with this kind of approach, what we are doing, the idea is go with the green. Whatever your landscape is feasible or appropriate one to have a particular kind of the crops. For example, in Nepal, maybe we all of know that the large number of people, farmers, they are smallholders, holding less than 0.5 hectare of the land. Like by the initiatives of the individual farmers or the individual farmers, they cannot go for business-oriented farming. If they cannot go for business-oriented farming, then this business, the farming will not be a good occupation for them. So, what we are doing, we can cite the example of the horticultural crops. Sorry. Organizing all these smallholders, they hold a small piece of land, and if we organize, let's say, 20 farmers, 50 farmers in a group, and if they grow similar nature of the crops, for example, right now we are growing this kiwi plants, kiwi fruits, no? Especially in mid-hills of the Nepal. No? The kiwi fruit is very much helpful, very much appropriate to the landscape of this mid-hills of the Nepal. Similarly, we can promote this mango and other tropical fruit crops in southern belt of the Nepal. We call Madhes Tarai, like that. So, in this way, and like we can cite other examples also. Let's say bamboo. If we go for scale of production of the bamboo, there is a very good potential opportunity to have a bamboo-based industries, no? And we will have one side, this greenery, and there is a green products. No, why we are saying this is that earlier, so far also, there is that practice that this doing business in the agriculture sector or the smallholders is being has been shown a kind of showcase, no? Doing small business and with using very traditional knowledge. And here, what we are telling, what we are doing is we are also incorporating or using the technologies. No? We are asking like, for example, there is a lot of bamboo-made products that has been produced from the many years back, you know, in the rural areas by the farmers or the people. And those kind of products is only feasible for the like very immediate use in that locality. But if we input some technologies and that can go, that will have market in a wider level. So in this way, and another is in our case, Nepal's case especially, what we have seen, this agribusiness or those kind of farming is not seen so profitable so far, no? And this there is somehow tendency of this recruitment by the financing sector for the investment. So for the investment, for the financing also, the enterprises or the social enterprises or all these enterprises, there should be profitable also. There should be those kind of contents. Only in that case, the financing institutions, financing sector will be able to support to finance. So we have these subsidies from the government, and even with that kind of the existing support subsidies is not being somehow effective, somehow very much supportive to grow up, to grow this kind of like scalable production of this different kind of crops. So for the financings also, and another is due to these smallholders, they cannot get, they will not have very easy access of this finance, and due to lack of those financing kind of things also, this kind of enterprises or businesses not coming up as expected. So with this, what we are promoting, go for green production, focusing the landscape base or the crops that is suitable in particular land. Maybe we might have different kind of fruit crops or horticultural crops in plain area and mid-hill, high hill, like that, and go for high scale of productions and organizing the smallholders, and that will also create very good employment and incomes also, and is, the area will be very much greenery, and it will also help directly for the carbon sequestration and all these environment friendly. It's a kind of business that will be flourish. That is the idea. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's really very nice to hear from you that this type of ecosystem-based solutions supporting the SMEs. But from the business point of view, investing in this type of long-term business or the payback period is very high. And also there are some other environmental and other social risks. So I just wondering to hear from you that how your business model is sustainable in that case. Yeah.
Thank you. Basically, yeah, as I already shared, whatever business, whatever enterprises that people will follow, that should provide very good or comparable benefit that other enterprises that provides. No? So agriculture so far, in our case, in Nepalese case is not being considered profitable business. And then different kind of measures that the government that has been undertaken. So for the sustainability purpose that the people or the entrepreneur, they should be much capacitated, and there should be a conducive environment from the government or the society, local government, or even by the community themselves. So if they go for something in organized way, the producing something by very limited number of farmers, because they hold very limited size of land holdings, and that will not provide sufficient or required amount of the volume of the production and quality, everything. No? So for the sustainable, the people in particular area, or the farmers or entrepreneurs, they should be somehow organized. That's why we are talking about organized efforts of the people from that particular area. So now this is the initiative that we are taking, and that will provide that kind of opportunity.
Thank you very much. So nice help from you. So we have another colleague, Jatin Singh from Skymet Weather Services Private Limited from India. Jatin, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, so Jatin, yeah. So Jatin, just can you please share a little bit about your initiative on climate adaptation for the local people, and also linking it, how it is supporting the local communities. Yeah, thank you.
So let me give you a sense of what we are and what we do. We are I started out as a weather forecasting company in 2003. And weather forecasting, by the nature of the work itself, lends itself to climate. And now these terms of climate adaptation, mitigation, these are all very hardcore climate change terms. But I'm basically a weather guy. And what I realized was that in order to make a decision, especially when it comes to agriculture, but not only agriculture, now we're looking at both agriculture and energy, the key thing is data. Right? The key thing is historical data and forecast data. And then that correlates to use, that correlates to agricultural practices, that correlates to air pollution, that correlates to urban or rural planning, that correlates to disaster management. And in our part of the world, meteorology as a business has never really existed. I am India's first weather company. I might be South Asia's first weather company also. If you look at it, private sector weather it's conceptually an American thing, not so much even European. And it's a difficult business to be in. But by quirk of fate, this is what I started doing. Initially, I used to basically generate weather forecasts for television and newspapers. Then later, I started working directly for farmers. I started working with Nokia light tools, and there was something called Virtuous Market. In 2009, as it is today, the most fundamental weather problem, I would not say climate, weather problem is figuring out precipitation during monsoon on a small grid. It comes to both urban, both in terms of disaster management, planning, property risk, as well as farmer. Because if we are looking at paddy farmers all across from, say, edges of Pakistan to Bangladesh during one season, then, and that most of it being rainfall, then precipitation, both either lack of or excess, creates a huge chaos in the system. And it goes really down. And the problem is that over the years, I would imagine that in Bangladesh and Pakistan also, these are all vestiges of what used to be called the Indian Agricultural Department under the British. So these institutions were never really exposed to competition. I wouldn't say exposed to new technology because governments have always put money in these things. But new technology and adaptation, even I remember in 2003, how data used to flow from the multiple departments to the television networks used to be through style predictions. So I started working on that, and over the time I realized that in our part of the world, meteorology, the fundamental problem is observation. You can only generate a good weather forecast, both either with a numerical weather prediction or with AI-based weather prediction or sign-off data where you don't use computing people, is depending on your frequency as well as density of high-quality observations of various parameters. And so far, and I've done many things. I've done remote sensing, adverse remote sensing, I've done lightning stuff, I've done air pollution work. But still, the fundamental problem is setting up a rain gauge on what in India is called a DanChurchAid level. That is a group of villages coming together. And right now, there's a project going on with the government of India setting up one rain gauge per DanChurchAid, which comes to about 200,000 rain gauges. And so I worked on the derivatives, I worked on index-based insurance, I've done all of that. But fundamentally, when it comes to adaptation as this mitigation, and even if you look at the Himalayan states of India as well as countries in the Himalayas like Nepal and Bhutan, the single biggest problem is figuring out over a period of time observation as well as forecasting, because we proved that you could do long-range monsoon forecasts, so that's very, very useful to a country like India, where you can pick out a drought 3 months in advance. So if I can tell you in April that usually July or September is going to be subpar, then there's a lot of planning that can go into. So that is how it is being. We've grown quite well. We've been acquired by India's largest industrial group, one of India's largest industrial groups recently. Our revenues have grown very well, but we are fundamentally today, although there is a standardweather.com, we have a consumer app business also, we do a lot of in solar and both renewable and non-renewable. Our number one revenues even today is basically government, state and central governments, and building capacity of government for measurement. That is where I fundamentally have found my niche, and I've been able to, if you really ask me, for 22 years of the work that we and I have personally done through, I've raised money through VCs and I've got them exit states, is that the problem starts with data. And you cannot make data deficient decisions on assumptions in any other place, especially in the field of climate and meteorology. And if you build a strong data grid, high quality data grid, and I've been able to convince the government of India that it is better to have private players providing them data as opposed to only government departments. Rather, government departments should work as standard setters and regulators, whereas all the grunt work, manpower, sensors should be done by the private sector. We have a tremendous amount of experience in terrestrial sensing. We've been doing drone work over the last 10 years. At some point, we also would like to move into climate, LEOs, low Earth orbiting satellites to get more and more data.
Yeah, thank you, Jatin. Actually, I completely agree with you. When we design any adaptation proposal, the first challenge that comes is from the climate change data. And as a private sector entity, you are supporting the central government with such weather data. That's really nice to hear from you. So dear colleagues, now we'll be going to our question and answer sessions. So first of all, I will be requesting Hridoy to answer the question on how microfinance institution can successfully use the financial instrument. That was the question from our colleague. Can you please answer on this question? Thank you.
Yeah. So how we are operating right now is as a partner, a bridge, and an investor. So as a partner, we operate through the Climate Innovation Fund. When we want to work with startups, they require grants and patient capital. So this is what we can provide through the Climate Innovation Fund. Now, the type of instruments that are specifically dedicated to climate financing that's present in Bangladesh are big ticket loans and big ticket financing. By that I mean Bangladesh Bank has a scheme called the Green Transformation Fund. It's for greening medium-sized enterprises and larger corporates, changing machines so that they are less wasteful, introducing new processes that can make sure that they don't contribute significantly to pollution. The issue there is the ticket size is significantly larger than what the startups that operate in our country will be able to effectively utilize. So to get them to that position, we start off by providing them some grant and concessional loans to help them grow to that space. Now, we've just started it. That's the target, to get them to a certain position where they'll have sizable investments and then reach experience and an asset base and the type of runway to access this type of funding. As a partner, what we do is we're working with, for instance, a few mobility companies that are renewable energy companies. They have been able to access financing. They have been able to access term debt. But what they want to do is they want to expand their operations to other regions outside of urban settings. So we're a different avenue of debt provider for them. What we're testing is new types of businesses that we have not traditionally financed that work in this space. And then if we are able to build a number of enterprises that these, let's say, battery, manufacturer, battery providers are able to collect, like garages that they operate with, we'll be able to tap into a specific type of financing that can be channeled directly to these individuals. So that's where partnerships are formed. The entity, the startup, then applies for the loan financing with us. By that, they become an implementation partner in that case, and we become the financial institution that channels the funding. We've also started an equity investment arm where we're also able to provide patient capital to enterprises and to startups as well. The idea there is that some enterprises, and when I say enterprises, I mean both rural and urban enterprises that we worked with through our microfinance arm. If they want to replicate their businesses, or if they want to try something new that is untested in their region, that is where they can apply to funding from our equity or patient capital arm. What that helps is we can actually provide and connect them with other like-minded partners in the equity space of the country as well. So I've covered enterprises that are already actively working in introducing new solutions in the climate space. In the microfinance space, where we've also launched our climate change program, how that works is we try to implement certain solutions that we've seen come out from forums like this, from conferences like this in our countries. And in communities where this is an entirely new type of business, we are trying to implement this in areas where we have microfinance presence. We present the cases to communities there, to individuals who actively want to try this with our support. And if it can generate commercially viable returns, they naturally are connected to our microfinance arm. So the idea is in half the instances, we are supporting businesses that have an idea of what they want to do already. They're testing it out. And the other is, we're trying to introduce new ideas that communities can take up themselves and access loans through our microfinance arm.
Yeah, thank you. So next, regarding the question of ecotourism, and dear colleague, I request you to become very specific in answering, so we can take more questions from the floor. Thank you.
So thank you for the question. Responsible tourism or sustainable tourism is something really apparently needed now. With over tourism that is happening across the Himalayas at least, and with most hill stations going over their carrying capacity, I think it's really needed. But we're also looking at solutions. So if there is, like we discussed, waste is a major issue, and we are looking at holistic ways to look at that. Water is another one. So if we're providing water at one of our green pit stops, we are also working on spring shared management in the region to actually being able to cater to provide water there. There is also the behavior change part of it. So we are working on a behavior change campaign where actually we can look at telling at least our community to be more responsible and leave every place better, as the term that we use, as when they travel to these parts of the region. So there's a lot of opportunities, but there is a lot of need to, bring in a lot of partners to work on some of these issues.
Thank you. So, dear colleague, we are taking the questions from the floor. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. I've got a question for the lady from the NIMB Bank. You mentioned that the NIMB, correct, has been accredited to the GCF recently. I'm very interested in that. I'm sort of interested that sort of the GCF would accredit a commercial entity such as the NIMB Bank. I'm not going to get that right, am I? And I'd be interested to know how you would use a GCF grant. I mean, I frequently sit on panels where I'm assessing GCF proposals. And to be frank, I'd look quite quizzically at a GCF proposal that was proposing underwriting the commercial activities of a bank. And I'd like to know, so how would you be using a GCF grant in order to satisfy the sustainability criteria of that grant and to actually deliver sort of pro-poor results? Thanks.
Thank you for your question, sir. So yeah, I think accessing funds from GCF will be a challenge. It's a big challenge. Yes, but NIMB, we have been working for the past many years, and with our experience in handling big consortium projects and, you know, in various intercreditor arrangements, we have around 140 billion Nepalese rupees currently invested in projects. And also, obviously, we have a good experience, you know, to work on blending financing mechanisms and all, you know, where we can, you know, leverage the concessional loans we can get from GCF and work with the private-public partnership to mobilize the GCF funds into very good bankable, you know, climate finance projects, which meets all the government criteria, the investment, climate rational, and everything. So we'll be using that. Obviously, we will be needing help from various sectors. We have prepared a roster of our consultants, and we have kept various implementing partners. We are in talks with various organizations. We have identified various project pipeline in which we are interested to work with and which can be converted into an adaptable project which will actually reach you know, the targeted group. Our bank has a good network of 283 plus branches spread across Nepal, so that really you know, leverages us to use the funds efficiently, you know, to identify the people and you know, to identify where the funds will actually go, and so this is it. Thank you, sir. Did I answer a question or like?
Yeah, so actually, they are very new accredited to Green Climate Fund. Just to share my own experience of working with Green Climate Fund. So this is a real case. Actually, when there is a business case that requires some grant, still some loan, so GCF is always hesitant to provide this type of grant. And we are also facing the same realities for some of the academies in Bangladesh now. So that there are also some solutions that GCF prefer. Number one, you need to have some co-financing from the accredited entity. Number one. Number two, some grant financing from other entities other than GCF. So these are the some models, and one more thing, when we submit the funding proposal, most of the times actually we do not determine the exact amount of the grant required. Sometimes we feel that, okay, we need to just have a more grant, so have more amount. But if we have a very good rationale for grant, with the justification, the exact amount we need, there are some good examples in Green Climate Fund that they have approved so many projects, and especially for local adaptation also. So there are some good examples. Yeah, so next question, please. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Olu Ajayi. Thank you so much to the presenters. I have a question each to Habib.
To whom?
Of, yes, no. To Hasibul of
Hasibul,
ACI,
yeah, from
and
ACI.
And then to Jatin, who are presented online. Yes, Hasibul, you mentioned about the organic fertilizer. This is fantastic because apart from providing the nutrients, the basic nutrients, it also improves the soil organic matter. And the model you presented also shows that there's a potential also for job creation when people go around to gather these things. My question is that what proportion of the national fertilizer market in Bangladesh is this grain fertilizer? That's one. And what's the trend for us to design any appropriate adaptation techniques? And one of the things you gave example is the issue of data, importance of data in designing index insurance, crop insurance. And what he advocated is to have maybe private sector driving or be in charge of getting the data. But my question there is, yes, you can get high quality data from the private sector, but then how do you address the issue of cost and the issue of access? Because when private sector gets involved, yes, quality improves, but then the cost becomes another issue. Thank you.
Hello. Can you please repeat the second question? Yeah, for me.
Now, you mentioned that the government extension agents are in support of the organic fertilizer, but I'm saying, what of the farmers? What's their reaction? How are they responding to these organic fertilizers?
Okay, so let me answer the first question. The organic fertilizer out of total fertilizer market sorry, is very less. It's less than 10%. But it's growing so fast because now your second question comes, how we are doing demonstration. We are having program, farmers program and dealers program. Because in Bangladesh, the fertilizer or any agriculture input market is selling through dealers and retailers. So when we are going to do the dealers program, there we invite the government person. We have a extension officer everywhere in Bangladesh. In the last tier of the local government, everywhere we have the extension officer. So we involve them to tell about what is the good thing of the organic fertilizer and how you can sell and what could be the best point to share to farmers to increase the selling of the organic fertilizer. This program is not only done by ACI alone, they involve government there. And for the farmers, we do demonstration and do regular campaign. And this demonstration and the regular campaign, again, the extension officer is involved very strongly. So this really helps them to show that what are the changes is going on, and this is basically now the Bangladeshi farmers are understanding the benefit of chemical fertilizer and organic fertilizer, which is good for their soil, their nutrition, their growth, and it reduces their cost as well. So this is the way the explanation from the government extension officer and ACI is giving to the farmers and the dealers. And this is how we all are connected. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think the next question is for Jatin, right? Regarding the crop insurance. So Jatin, can you hear us?
Question, because see, the problem with weather data is that it is free. Now, why should a private sector company invest in keeping? But if you don't make weather data free, then how will people use it? Weather forecasts are online today. But those are made available to you mostly by weather.com, which is a private company. So in this case, and I've done this for 20 years, and I think this is the way to do it. The government has to pay private sector entities to generate the data, and then design a system in which the private sector can use it in a certain way, and the government can use it in a certain way, and the public can use it in a certain way. And so basically the government has to behave like a regulator and have different niches so that the private sector is able to recover its investment, make a margin, so that public utility is taken care of, so that government data sets become richer. And I think that's what the government of India has done. It's just that it's taken it a lot of time. It's not easy. But the sunk cost in terms of investment in infrastructure has to come from. If you have contractors, in many ways we have very simple contractors to them. I tried, an agri, India, so for example, the agri is huge, but our food processing is huge. Food processing and agri are not going to put millions and millions of dollars in observation. All that money is going to be taxpayers. And that is how companies like ours can work in very close coordination with the government.
Yeah.
And work with the government to make policies.
Okay, thank you, Jatin. So, Anju, you were just asking some questions.
Thanks, Hasbul. I have a question for you. I'm struck by the fact that in the earlier session we were speaking to sort of community initiatives producing organic fertilizer, right? And we discussed what an issue it is for them to be able to scale up to a city level. So I'm really interested in hearing about your early journey. What is it that they are lacking that you had that enabled you to build a business on that same model, right? So, and how can we do it in other places? What would you say those enabling factors are? And from Jatin, it wasn't exactly clear what happens, how you get that data to farmers. So if you could just speak to that a bit more, how the government of India then takes the data that you have and makes it available to farmers. Thanks.
It's available on the state government websites. It's available through various apps. It is available through an SMS service. Both our weather forecast as well as our observations. Actually, we have done agri-stack work, as in we have combined agricultural land data with crop data and given it to government-owned banks to use. So the government, a lot of it is taken available online, and a lot of it is actually certified and distributed by the government to the farmer.
Okay, thank you. So, Jati.
Yeah, thanks for the question. When ACI started doing the organic fertilizer, ACI was thinking they will do it by themselves. When we went to the route, because the West is everywhere, not is one point, so we have to go to near the West. So we started the thing, but we found that the operational cost, setup cost, management cost is very high, because our staff, we have to pay a good salary and many benefits. So this is beyond our our expectation to reach the target sales, because farmer will not buy the product that we are producing. The product price gone up. So then we come up in a way that how we can involve the youth, basically who are really interested to go for entrepreneurship, to become a good entrepreneur. So we train them, involve them from the beginning, 2 or 3 entrepreneurs that in the Jasor area, in the Borishal area, that you are near to this farm and farmers. They have many cattle, they have many poultry, they have many raw materials around. You can collect it, and there is a procedure to establish organic fertilizer for tricho compost, vermicompost. We can train you, we can help you to grow. So how? You can first ensure the raw materials, which will take very minimum cost to transport from that point to your point. And as the land is yours, you don't need to pay any rent. So the cost is going less. And the process is, we have the good technology to to convert the waste in a fertilizer. And what ACI did, we assigned one QC officer there, so that everything is going as per standard. And also, if you go do the processing, you need license. ACI know how to get the license. We help the entrepreneur to get the license, and all the process is come up under a standard operating procedure. And then, when the production come up, we set up our packaging there, because branding and packaging is very important for the private sector. And ACI has business everywhere in Bangladesh. We have good distribution system, logistics system, and marketing and sales system. So we distribute that product using our strong marketing system. We sell through our dealers. We promote dealers through various campaigns. So this is how, from the beginning to end, the product goes to a farmer or any user, everything come up with one single business strategy, which shows that ultimately the product price didn't go up. Even sometimes when we scale it up, we found that the product price gone down. Then the entrepreneur getting more profit, earning more profit from his initiatives or her initiatives. This is how the entrepreneur got benefit, and we also got benefit. And finally, farmer is trying to shift from chemical to organic fertilizer.
Yeah, nice. Any more question? Question from Hasib Bhai.
Okay, thank you very much. I have 2 questions, one for Khushbu. It's fantastic to see a commercial bank, they are investing and putting effort in terms of sustainability, adaptation, accreditation, getting accreditation for GCF fund. Can you tell us something about how these efforts actually contributing to your overall business expansion? After all, you are a commercial bank. My second question is to Vigyat. I have to ask you that because the business you are actually representing, it has got a kind of a carbon emission footprint as well. So although we are hearing fantastic examples, I'm a biologist, so I really admire the way you brought everything together, cultural, biodiversity conservation. But do you link your adaptation effort with your carbon emission reduction effort, or you keep the both separately? Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for the question. The bank, NIB Bank is, since it's one of the largest commercial banks in Nepal, so obviously it has invested funds in big portfolios like various industries, cement, steel, hydropowers. So they take a whole chunk of the projects. So in the future, now the country, everyone is getting to know about climate change and everything. And that's why the banks are, as per our regulator, we are required to follow the regulator's requirement for ESRM policy and everything, so that whatever investments the banks make needs to go towards sustainable development, and the green taxonomy is also getting imposed in Nepal. So with that, the banks it's high time that banks are understanding about creating a good green portfolio in their projects. So with this GCF accreditation, our bank, we got this opportunity to make our policies aligned with the international standards, following the ESG models, and with that the bank will strive to grow more organically into green investments, into more into climate projects, along with the existing portfolio. So we'll have good goals in our organization. We have like 5-year strategy and every yearly strategy where we see how we are growing towards, how our projects can be made into green projects, how we can bring transformative approaches in our existing projects. For example, I'll give an example, the cement factories in Nepal, mostly they generate greenhouse gas emission. We all know it, but we can't stop investing in cement factories. It's important for the economic growth of Nepal. But still, what we can do is we can incorporate waste heat recovery projects, which reduces the energy consumption. We can also, the banks, what they can do is they can ask our portfolios to, incorporate waste treatment plants, air pollution treatment plants. So there are many things banks can incorporate, and they can learn from accreditation like this has really helped us, to open our eyes in another sector and to see a way for a good green growth for the organization. Thank you.
No, thank you for that question, and I appreciate it because we get that all the time. So the thing is that it's not one versus the other. We have an entire program which is what we call the green operations, which is looking at the corporate side, the industrial side, to see how we can be more sustainable. So we are looking at all our value chains there. So that's a separate program, but we don't shy away from the fact that we do send a lot of motorcycles into the Himalayas. We do have a carbon footprint there, and that really gives us the opportunity, because of our sales of motorcycles, it gives us a larger budget for CSR spending. So there are two separate things altogether, and we are moving towards the electrics and things like that. So eventually we hope that we can bring down that impact that we do have. But yeah, it is something that it is there, and yeah, we're conscious of that. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, thank you, Hasibe, for bringing this on the floor. Actually, whenever we have any climate change intervention, we need to also consider whether there is any negative impact. So that's the end. Thank you. Any more questions from the floor, dear colleagues? Okay, so if there is no more questions, so we are going to end the session. Lunch is waiting. So I think we can conclude with the message that there is still some challenges for private sector to finance for local adaptation. That's the true. But it's also true that there are some exemplary cases that we have seen today with innovative financial models, with customized local instrument, and as well as the mindset to support the adaptation, it is possible. So dear colleagues, thank you very much for your patience hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll head to lunch now. It should be served in 2 to 3 minutes. And after that, we'll come back at around 2:30 for the closing session. Thank you.
Okay. Should we start? I think everybody's eager to get a bit of time this afternoon, evening, to perhaps see a bit of Kathmandu as well. So let's get this last session over with. Well, thank you so much for these past 3 days, for the wonderful, wonderful, rich discussions we've had. The problem, of course, is that you've made my job now really difficult. So I have to try and summarize all of that, what was said. But fortunately, we will have another go at it. So these are very much my takeaways from this conference. I hope you'll add yours now, but also more importantly, when we get back to you for the report that we're now going to do, the state of, the stories of resilience, we hope that, we'll capture even more of what you've shared at this meeting. So let me just begin with a story, right? So quite a few years ago now, I was assessing an adaptation project in South India, right? And one of the activities under that project was we visited a farmer and he'd had a tank built in his farm. So I said to him, look, India's got the world's biggest watershed management program. There's a ton of money that's going through that system. Why did you need a bilateral partner, a separate project to sort of fund a tank on your farm? And he said to me, if I get the funding from the government to do this, they're going to send me a technocrat who's going to decide where on my land the pond will be built. He's going to build me a pond that's definitely going to capsize the next time there's rain, right? And he was absolutely right. After that, I became a sort of an expert in telling which were government-built tanks and which were built from other sources of funding. But then it just struck me that the problem here that we need to fix is that the huge amounts of funding that goes down through government systems, that needs to do its job better, right? So I think that all of us in that first session that we had on institutionalizing LLA into government systems, I think we all sort of agreed that that needs to be our scale, and that the goal really has to be to avoid the kind of fragmentation that currently happens and to achieve scale through these government systems. So we heard about the LAPAs, which were driven by government in Nepal, were more or less driven by civil society in Pakistan, and sort of their different fates. I think there was a lot of learning that happened through those two, but perhaps because they were not embedded into planning systems that already existed, they now have an uncertain future. We also heard from Kerala, where adaptation is now part of the local planning that happens, where capacity is built so that the people who are planning, whether it's communities or it's local governments, understand adaptation before they sit to plan, where they have realistic budgets that they can plan to. And so perhaps we'll only know in the future, but perhaps that is a more sustainable system and one that we should aim for, that the people who have the mandate to do that kind of planning do it with the communities that they're targeting. We also heard about the need to avoid duplication within government systems. So even while working within government systems, we need to first assess the institutions that already exist and can serve the purpose. So, whether it's sort of disaster management policies, institutions, or funds. We heard from Bangladesh on how much more effective such systems can be if they genuinely tap into the social capacity that exists and they're able to sort of develop genuine partnerships between communities and governments. So we heard from the Cyclone Preparedness Program. Then we had a session on national initiatives to finance LLA, and of course started with something we all know, that there's just not enough money going down to where it needs to get to. We heard about two programs that are trying to do that, LifeAR and Locale, and they're both designed to address these issues by working through government systems. And they both have like really important design elements, right, that will inform future work. So whether it's the commitment to get 70 to 80% of the finance to the local level, or the performance-based system of Locale, which are good elements that government systems need to design. But maybe, the fact that both of them exist in one country, we heard from Bhutan, right, which has both Locale and LifeAR, is an indication that really the time for piloting is over, right? We've got to sort of, we know enough, we know what we need to do, and we've got to sort of now focus on embedding and institutionalizing into government systems. We heard briefly about the dangers of limiting the definitions of adaptations, so much so that we focus only on technical adaptation solutions, and we forget about the social, the economic, the political, the cultural reasons that also drive vulnerability. And one example of that is, for instance, if we don't recognize gender rights as a key issue for building resilience, and then we only sort of take measures like number of female beneficiaries into account while tracking progress on adaptation projects. We heard from an initiative where adaptation is embedded into an existing social protection program, which is the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, and which was already targeting vulnerable communities, and so it just needed to be primed to support climate resilience. And the real importance of doing that is that we're never going to have funds enough to replicate those kinds of systems of scale, right? Those investments have been made. Learning has happened on, you know, we heard about how in the initial days there was corruption, there was sort of money going where it wasn't meant to go, but that was fixed. And that, you know, there were mechanisms of social audits, et cetera, to help overcome those problems. So the main thing to do is to sort of prime them to be able to address adaptation better. We also discussed how these kind of systems are perhaps the best way of making sure that the new fund on loss and damage gets the money to the communities that need it the most. But we also heard from a board member that the chances that this will happen are not quite there. We're not sure that that's the way it's going to go. Then we had the food security discussions where we really drilled down a bit further on the factors to enable the sort of scaling up that we're talking about for smallholder farmers and for the food insecure at a national level. And one of the first points there was that we need to ensure alignment of LLA initiatives with the government schemes that already exist that target smallholder farmers and the food insecure. So, you know, make sure that you're aligned with those systems and engaging early with the actors such as local governments and planning commissions who you need in future to help support, you know, support this kind of scaling. So again, I had an opportunity at one point to look at this question of, you know, what enables scale? What takes something from pilots to modeling to scaling? And one of the elements very much was that from the very beginning, have that intention of scaling up in mind. And so how you build in and who you build in and the kind of ownership that you build within the system for those processes is really important. We heard about the community, the importance of supporting groups and cooperatives that can lobby these actors, whether it's local governments, whether it's planning commissions, but they need to be the people who go and lobby governments and are sort of adequately equipped with the evidence. The need for generating evidence was a very important point that was raised to make the economic and business case for locally led initiatives. The need for exposure visits and training, for instance, through farmer field schools, peer-to-peer learning opportunities, the role of sort of local leaders in creating the trust, and of youth in training and supplementing local capacity was also discussed. The role of the private sector in supporting smallholder resilience was mentioned also in the session this morning, and the provision of climate-related data and information that in ways that enable the meaningful parts, which are meaningful to farmers, was described as an enabling locally led approaches through enabling informed choice. There was a note of caution that was sounded on promoting farming practices without adequate evidence of productivity, as it could have the sort of serious repercussions that we now see in Sri Lanka, and also of holding romanticized views that community members always cooperate with each other. Then in the nature-based session, that was really interesting because to me, at least the way I understand the LLA principles, is that they draw on the decades of practice in preserving natural, in basically community-based natural resource management, right? So a lot of the principles, the learning that we had in the field of natural resource management inform the principles.
And we really saw, like, for instance, the community forest user groups in Nepal, the strength of it, the fact that, you know, the forest cover went up from 29% in 1970 to 49% currently. That really shows the strength of, you know, community-based action. But then also, I mean, what we now know as NBS is sort of a rebranding of all of that. And one of the things that was highlighted is the danger of now NBS being, you know, sort of appropriated by technocrats, and sort of having this new terminology to control definitions of NBS and how it is implemented, and to forget those roots, that it was the community-based elements that made it more sustainable, more successful. And the dangers of technocratic solutions that ignore local and traditional wisdom, I think, was very well highlighted in Zahid's example of tidal wave management in Bangladesh. The challenge of converting these natural resources to wealth, Bantu Dhan, I think, as our friend from Nepal voiced it, was also mentioned, to create incentives for youth to stay and to continue to support NRM instead of migrating to cities and out of the country. And then one of the really important things that the session flagged was to think in terms of movements, not projects, right? And this was again something in learning that we've had in Africa. We mentioned earlier that the work that was done in Mukuru to plan a community-led planning in this informal settlement in Nairobi, it really sort of took off in scale, in the way it integrated across sectors, in the way it sort of engaged communities, and how local government took the leadership position that they were meant to, right? And when we were trying to sort of replicate it in another country, the people who did the Mukuru work, they were sort of constantly, you know, when they heard the people from the other country speak about their work, they were like, something's missing here. And they finally pinned it down. And they said to them, you're thinking about this as a GCA project. You need to see the GCA project as a contributor to your long-term goals. So keep that movement in mind. And then, of course, you know, it's not the solution to work around the fragmented system we have, but at least it's sort of to see them as movements, not projects. Then, and then Zahid also discussed the important role that external agents can play beyond just providing financing, but just by providing support, you know, in terms of information, speaking to governments, lobbying on their behalf, etc. And then we went on to the water security session, and to me, you know, it's something that struck me as common in both, was the importance of respecting connections where they exist between people and the natural resource, whether it's water, whether it's forests, etc., on which they depend, and recreating them where they were broken by decades of centralization, right? And I can give you an example. Many years ago, we were documenting traditional water harvesting systems across India, and we brought out a report called Dying Wisdom, basically making the case that these systems need to be revived. The centralized systems that we have, where users of water are completely disconnected from the supply side issues, were not sustainable in the long term. So when we were launching that book in Ladakh, one thing that struck me is just how much people had lost confidence in their own ability to manage water. And what we were trying to sort of tell them is that the systems that you had in place earlier were much more sustainable. And you've got to sort of regain that confidence, to regain those connections that you had. So Manohara, when he made his scene-setting presentation, he made a really important point that I think spans across all the discussions we had, that you've also mentioned, that pilots never fail and pilots never scale. So again, the message that the time for pilots is over, I think we understand very well what needs to be done. He also issued a note of caution that there's too much focus on the technical and too little on the social, right? In the context of the water sector, but I think that's applicable to other sectors as well. And then he underlined the role of water as a connector. So very much that nexus approach, that we can't work in sectors. We have to be aware of the connections and constantly sort of design activities, works, policies, etc., through a nexus approach. And the need for making, I think in multiple cases we talked about making the economic case, and that's something we don't do very well, right? And again, I can give you an example that one of the most successful campaigns I've been of in the water sector was in India, where some of you may have heard about Anna Hazare, who did work in a place called Ralegaon Siddhi, right? And basically, what drew everybody's attention to that work really was tracking the economic impacts of water management on the economy of the villages in that area, right? So sort of tracking that when the work started, people had lost hope, they were leaving the village, the economy was dying, it was a net importer of food. Over time, as those water harvesting systems were built, the economy grew. You know, it sort of, as Indra mentioned in her presentation, it's not just the benefits of the water and the agriculture that it enables, but also the ancillary benefits of people's economies, the other enterprises that it then supports. But of course, there was also a very strong recognition that communities alone can't overcome the challenges around climate and water. For instance, I mean, you know, the dangers of flooding caused by unplanned development. So there's definitely a role for the top down as well. It's not all bottom up. And the scaling, and also sort of the recognition that when we talk about the scaling up, we're not necessarily talking about the scaling up of practices, but rather of the policies that enable those practices. So they may have to be very local, very locally contextualized, but what we need is for those policies in place that allow those kind of processes to be scaled. The importance of champions was, you know, mentioned, and this is something that also I've found in many locally led initiatives, that there's one individual that has a passion and the drive, and of course it's not a sustainable solution in the long term, but that person does play a key role. So here in Nepal, for instance, one of the case studies that I'm sorry you couldn't hear about was the award winner that I mentioned when we started, and the work that they've done in transforming not just the economy of the Chure region, but in convincing others on how the work that they're doing up in the mountains has relevance for them, right? So Nagdevji, who I hope he's here, but he was in the urban session saying how Janakpuri, which is an urban area, I think down river, they took people up and showed them the work and sort of showed them how that work is critical for the city, which is now running out of water, to have that water, and so to have some kind of a payment for ecosystem services. And the fact that they've actually done it with villages downriver from where they work. So those villagers now contribute in labor to make sure that the watershed is cared for. The importance of gender and inclusion, you know, it definitely needs mention, especially in the current political climate. And basically the stress that it can place. Indra mentioned that women in Uttarakhand in India are actually now committing suicide because of the burden of you know, water stress, the burden that it creates on them. Then we talked about financing the public sector perspectives, and we discussed here the importance of addressing existing power imbalances between funders and recipients, of the importance of mutual accountability, the need for monitoring and evaluation frameworks that answer to the needs of communities as well and enable iterative learning on their behalf, right? That they will make mistakes, but they need to learn from those mistakes, acknowledge them, and move on, sort of then be informed by those mistakes in what they do next. And the need for better coordination between fund providers was also discussed to support easier access by those who need support most, and also to reduce the burdens of reporting. In the session on smart cities, we discussed that it's really important to organize the vulnerable citizens that particularly live in informal settlements, to support them in understanding climate impacts, and then to develop plans and priorities. And basically, like, this is a process that's critical for them because they've not really had a chance to ever understand what climate change means for them, right? So the first challenge is to bring them together, and they need to be convinced, because they usually don't have the time to spend on things like this. And the way to do that perhaps is to have peer-to-peer learning opportunities like Lumanti does, that like we do also in our work in Africa. And then making the whole process of that mapping of those climate vulnerabilities something that's completely owned and driven by the communities, so that it is information that they own, that they can use to negotiate better with their governments. That's been our experience. That's also been Lumanti's experience, that they now get funding from local governments as well for developing these plans. And I think one of the things that, Lumanti, we take away from you is these funding forums that you have, that are public forums where the communities have the opportunity to put forward their plans. And then they invite, whether it's governments, whether it's private sector, whether it's others, to contribute to those plans. And really the future needs to be that it's not just projects, targeting one or the other sectors that get implemented in these areas, but that there are these comprehensive plans that are developed by the community, and then the funders get behind them. So and the governments, that the money really is targeted towards these community-led plans. The importance of better quality, more granularized data was mentioned. And of course, as I mentioned, equally important was who collects and owns that data. So what Aditya was saying, that we've got to embrace local, informal knowledge, informal actors, and informal practices. Building an evidence base, again, was identified as an important element for evidence-based lobbying, with granular evidence on who is benefited, why, and that, that plan is what needs investments and not something else. We saw the example of the heat action plans in particular, how they used evidence and data to prove that community-led plans are more effective. We spoke about waste management, and to me, I think there's such a huge opportunity there, really, to not just address like two big issues that cities face. One is the lack of employment, and the second is the fact that there's all this waste that we don't know what to do with. So it just seems that bringing those together and promoting the sort of initiatives that Chintan described is the way ahead. Because these are like so-called adaptation jobs, right? You could literally have armies of youth helping us solve these problems and reducing climate vulnerability. But there are gaps in funding that don't allow that to happen, as we understood. But I think, again, from the private sector session that we had in the end, it was clear that those opportunities exist, and we've just got to tap into them. So, whether it's innovative financing mechanisms like Aditya mentioned, the resilience, the bonds the green bonds that we heard in the private sector, the CSR, etc. So basically, if the problem is that you need initial funding to reach a level of scale after which it becomes sustainable, then, or indeed the National Bank of Investment Bank of Nepal, right? So to bring in that seed funding to make that happen. So alignment with and integration into ward and city plans is something that was recognized as really important. And also for cities to recognize that the roots of the problems that they're trying to solve lie elsewhere. So again, Nagdevji, the example that I mentioned, that the city of Janakpuri, I hope I say it right, but making the link that what happens up in the mountains affects the water that this city gets. And so they do need to have some sort of system of payment for ecosystem services going on there. Migration, we discussed the lack of recognition that internal migration is an issue, and it's linked to issues like NRM that we discussed earlier. Generating evidence that it's happening and what that volume is, finding champions who can raise awareness, ensuring it's included in local plans, even sort of being able to say who a climate migrant is, because there aren't clear definitions. And the sort of focus on, because in most of the big cities, at least in South Asia, I think there's very limited opportunities now because the unplanned development has happened. But in secondary cities, if we plan better and we actually make it a sort of point to say that migrants are an economic, they can bring economic benefits to the city if you plan well enough, if you plan to have the public services available to them. that sort of focus on secondary cities is also important. And changing the narrative around migration so that having more policy, conducive for policy frameworks, because indeed that is a big issue, that currently there are places in South Asia where you are actively discouraged from providing public services to residents of informal settlements because that's seen as attracting more migrants to the city. And then finally, we had the session on leveraging private sector finance for LLA, and that really made me think that indeed we are missing these connections, right? That there's work that's happening that they are doing that can so much inform the work that we're doing in the public sector, like we talked about the waste, the organic fertilizer waste, or even the problem of, turning ban to dhan, like how do you make forests actually generate wealth for local communities. And this is something that it used to be, and I'm sure it's still the case, that a lot of industries rely on forests, right? But it's just that they often cut out the communities and want themselves to have access to forests. But changing those patterns and using those opportunities to create livelihoods for communities need to be expanded. We heard about, CSR, and there I think we all recognize that we know the history of CSR. There's really a need to ensure that there's no greenwashing, or in this case, LLA washing. So to figure out ways in which they genuinely sort of address the needs of communities, whether it's creating local funds that communities have control over, but there's space for a lot of innovation there, based on the learning that we've had in the past from CSR and environmental sort of issues. The interesting role of public-private partnerships in getting data to communities was highlighted by the SkyMed case. So, basically, I'll stop there. There's a lot more, but that's only just part of what you've given us to chew on. So we'll, as I said, reach out to you, and hopefully we can harvest a lot more and share a lot more of the experiences and the knowledge and information you've shared. So I'll just stop there. Thank once again the government of Nepal and our partners, DanChurchAid, really for their invaluable support and just making sure that everything went so seamlessly these past few days. I hope that all of you found it as useful as I did. Also, let me take this opportunity to thank my GCA team, starting from Susan, our regional director, to all the leads who led the sessions, and of course the LLA team, Shireen and Riyadad, who've been working for months to make this a success, and the team back in Rotterdam and Dhaka. So thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Anju. I think we have a small room for discussion now. I think if you have any questions or key takeaways, I think we have requested a few of them already to give us some quick bites. But if you want to take this opportunity, please raise your hands. And Anju, if you want to moderate it. Aditya already.
Hearing Anju give the key takeaways over the last 3 days makes me really regret that I wasn't able to make the last 2 days of the workshop. Sounded like a large number of very rich conversations. And of course, I really want to thank the government of Nepal and the GCA and all the partners for convening all of us. I think this conversation needs, continually needs fuel like this to make sure that it develops into a meaningful community of practice that can then push this agenda forward. However, there's one thought that worries me and keeps me awake at night, which is I feel like everything that we've discussed today, which I attended and what Anju talked about, was deeply meaningful. But we need to continually question whether it embodies the true spirit of LLA. And I say that because having now been in this business for a few number of years, there have been concepts that began with a great amount of potential. I talk about participation, right? If we go right back a few decades, then we go to community-based, whatever, community-based adaptation, community-based DRM, and now we're talking about LLA. we've seen that at least with participation in DRM, unless there is a group of people, and I feel there's no one better qualified than us in this room, to act as the oath keepers who are actually constantly evaluating whether the true spirit of the original concept is being embedded in the examples and the projects that we're talking about, then I worry that LLA also might become, if that's not happening, then LLA might also become a slightly shallow concept. To me, there are two things that we have to constantly question. Are local communities being able to decide how resources are allocated? And B, are local communities, do they have a genuine say in what's happening on the ground? Unless those two things are happening, we have to constantly push back on initiatives labeling themselves as locally led adaptation. I am pleased to say that almost everything Anju talked about meets these two criteria, but I wanted to raise this point because what we don't want is the dilution of this incredibly transformative idea.
Anyone else wants to share any thought?
Thank you, Anju, for your excellent summary. So I just wanted to share three keynotes here. So first point is decentralization and local political economy is really important, especially for community support, empower them, and also build their capacity. But at the same time, we do not decouple it from the national policy priorities and wider macro policies or the wider political economy. So that's first point. And second point is around growth opportunities. So LLA, we should not see the LLA as just a climate adaptation solution. We need to think around and align it with the growth and opportunity, the agenda, and make a case for growth and opportunity. So that will be a good, the alignment with, the government systems priority, even for private sector investment. And third point is scale is really important for systemic intervention from public, the financing perspective, also development or ODA financing perspective. And for that, actually, I think we need to, the adaptation model need to align with national priorities and also, the private sector, how actually market works, especially for the adaptation financing, that actually need to align. So these are the 3 points that I wanted to share.
Anyway, thank you. One thing, again, many thanks. Anju, great summary, great summing up. And from us, many thanks to GCA and DCA. And you'll have noted, FCDO has had a fairly good representation here. And I think, talking to my colleagues, I think, we've all got quite a lot out of this. There's all different perspectives from different countries, from the centre. And I think we feel we're going home with a renewed understanding and a sort of a vigour about LLA engagement. But I want to reflect on Aditya's comments about kind of the reinvention of the sort of the LLA concept and the feeling that LLA is starting to be a shorthand for localization, and the two are getting conflated and the two are not the same. And as a donor, we're using that language as well. The UK is talking a great deal more about equity and partnership and moving finance and control to local level. But they're talking about it, we're talking about it through a localization lens. And I think those of us who are working on this and understand the nuances of LLA, I think we need to make sure that we draw that conversation back to say it's not, localization is a geographical concept. It's about shifting things to a country, to a subnational region. LLA is about empowerment and ownership. And we understand that, but people in the organizations in which we work don't always understand that. We've got an uphill task, I think, for the moment, to define that and make that clear. And I think that we bring learning from here in order to do that. But I'd also question the assumption that I've heard on several sessions that the day for pilots is over. I know we're still piloting, but I think Life AR, for example, is being funded by FCDO and 3 other donors as a proof of concept. And I don't think we've proven that concept yet. I don't think we've proven that national governments can come together in a strategic way to allocate and deliver climate finance to support locally led adaptation. I don't think in the few years that we've been supporting Life AR and that the initiative has been running, and a handful of countries are starting to move towards that. But I think we're still having to prove that mechanism. And I don't think we now can say, job done, we can walk away, the pilot's over, why don't all countries do this? Because it isn't yet, and many countries have not bought into this yet, and we actually need to keep that proof of concept going for a while longer, expand it and talk to other countries, share the knowledge, share the learning. And I don't think we're past that piloting stage on that particular model yet. I think that's all at the moment, thanks.
Just a small comment on a rather point of view and a suggestion that I found this very interesting that pilots never fail, but they never scale too. But I think maybe we can set up a new pathway or an approach and create space for also, like we bring in all success stories in such platforms. Why can't we have some stories where people attempted something, they tried it, experimented, and failed? And I mean, if we do that, I think we'll create a new space for learning. I think we learn, failures also teach a lot, but I think somehow my experience is, we haven't really given that space to failures, and whether even there's space for failures. Like when we start any initiative, we only focus on making sure that it succeeds, but does it really succeed in real sense? So I think creating space for in such platforms where we can also learn from failures. Thank you.
Anyone else from this side? Oh.
Yeah, two thoughts for me. Like, in a week I'll be going home, and when I reach home I'll open the tap and water comes out. And I never ever been involved in doing that except paying my bills. And I think for me it's really important to keep on realizing that the state, the government, has a very important responsibility to everyone. And not just to the happy few, but to everyone. And I think we should never forget that, right? I mean, local communities cannot be made responsible for everything they have. The state has an important responsibility to serve them as well. Water in many countries is recognized as a human right, but there are a lot of governments who do not act on that human right. And I think that for me is something that we should never forget, right? And the second one is that we live in unprecedented times, and I'm sure people said that before, but the pressure on from climate change, the pressure on natural resources, the pressure from population growth makes it very important that, at least for me, to realize that we need to find new solutions for new problems. And relying on traditional knowledge may not always be possible anymore. And new things are not always bad, right? If you think about the chili, the harimich or lal mirch, there was a time it was not known, right? If I tell people probably can't imagine, there was a time that you would cook Indian food, Nepali food without using chilies, because they were important from Latin America. And it's fully ingrained, fully integrated into the system. So bringing in new things can bring benefits, can bring innovation, and can actually I think will be needed to address some of the pressures that all of us are facing.
Thank you. I just wanted to continue with Vincent's point that the proof of concept is not conclusive, and therefore we need to spend more time on this. Maybe he's right, and it's very important for us to reflect a little bit why it is not conclusive, why we are not ready for the next stage. And I think that requires greater, deeper reflection than we can do it here today. But at least I'll pick one point from Aditya's community of practice. Is he here or gone? It's a very fragile community that we have. It has not solidified itself yet. Maybe I'm new to this community, but whatever I gather, their interaction is not very intense. Learning from each other, opportunities are not very frequent or predictable. And maybe they are fewer and far between. Or there may be many other reasons that have not allowed this community to consolidate. And having a stronger community of practice will help us towards establishing the proof of the concept. And therefore, I wanted to challenge those who are involved in this to pay a little bit more reflection to this. I was very fortunate to attend this. Probably I learned and benefited from this than anybody else sitting in this room. Partly because it was my first forum that I attended on this, and partly also because I think content is important, but the process is not any less important. The community of practice and our effort, our conscious effort, and effort to support that process in the national settings and regional settings will hopefully help us consolidate the processes which are also essential for solidifying the concept and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a great 3 days of experience sharing, learning, and I just don't mean that because I'm saying something, I have to say something nice about it, but it really was an amazing experience of learning practices. And I think two things that really stuck with me were, one was scaling deep. We need to also look into how some important practices, especially when we're talking about climate change, social practices, cultural practices, need to be internalized by us as communities and become part of our traditional systems and cultural practices. Another one I think that I would really like to see more of and connect more about is private sector engagement in the true sense, and not just through CSR, but active engagement and taking them on as partners in this whole climate and development discourse. And I strongly think this, what was said earlier about community of practice, I think that's a great way of taking this forward, whether it's at the regional level or it's at the national level or it's thematic. So I would really think that would be wonderful to take that forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omar. Anybody else?
Maybe just to build on that, I mean, there is the global hub in Bangladesh. I mean, I think more events like this, hosted through the global hub that bring people together to share experiences like this, would be very welcome. I mean, it could even be, on a regular basis. Yeah, and maybe also engaging some more policymakers. I know it's really difficult for people, especially from other countries, to travel for a period of time to attend these things. But the participants that you've had virtually, it's worked well. So I think that could be, something to think about.
Thank you. I think that's a lesson to take on for us. I think the virtual connection worked pretty well. Next time we'll try and add more virtual people if possible.
Sorry, a lot of FCDO colleagues speaking. But yeah, just one thing, I mean, these types of conferences definitely bring about the successes behind a locally led adaptation, but having been practicing locally led adaptation, but there are a lot of challenges to locally led adaptation as well, because when you go to the field, it's not, communities don't perceive the adaptation angle, they perceive the development angle, so they try to conceive, develop, and they try to bring the climate angle as long as they're going to get funding, So it's really good to have not only successes, but also failures of adaptation. And what is maladaptation? This needs to be communicated to the broad audience, as to what you mean by maladaptation, because we've got a lot of examples with the Nepal Climate Change Support Program, where a road was just built in the name of climate change. Just a patch of 2 meters of road in the name of climate change adaptation. So we've got these types of examples, and this needs to be communicated. Sometimes, I don't know, like people must have been in the discussions on the climate smart agriculture versus climate resilient agriculture. And people use these terminologies very loosely, in terms of how you define things. But just my experience is, a lot of things in Nepal in the name of climate smart or climate resilient agriculture. I don't know what the terminology would be, not given that I'm not from the agriculture background. But we are getting a lot of exotic species of fruits coming in, in the name of climate as well, Like dragon fruits and all are not a part of Nepal's nutrition value, So we should be practicing more indigenous varieties, looking into what types of indigenous varieties need to be promoted rather than promoting dragon fruits and all that stuff, I mean, that's my understanding. I might be wrong as a practitioner, but in the name of climate adaptation, like these things also being coming up in the space, So is this maladaptation or is this really adaptation, Because people are saying, okay, like there's a lot of vegetation shifting patterns happening, so new varieties need to be promoted. Why not try more endemic or indigenous varieties rather than bringing exotic things? Is that a part of maladaptation? So I think so. The adaptation community needs to understand that perspective of adaptation as well as to how you pitch adaptation, how you engage communities, because you might be saying it's local-led, but development is always in the back of their minds. They want development, So the processes of how you design adaptation projects, how you do the historic analysis of data and the future forecasting. And forecasting also has a lot of uncertainties as well, You might be forecasting. This year, there was actually a forecast that Nepal will have more rainy winters, but it's getting more and more drier. But you never know, there might be just one day that there's a cloud outburst and then everything goes, So it's like so unpredictable. Climate change predictions are so unpredictable that one day can destroy everything, One natural hazard can destroy everything, So I think it's good to talk about also maladaptation practices in this types of forum. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, then I guess I'll move to our next speaker. I think our next speaker is Ms. Samjhana Bistal, the Country Director for DCA Nepal. And before calling her, I would like to officially, in this platform, thank DCA for the excellent partnership. I want to take the names of Krishnaji, Kriti, Samjhanaji, Bimal, Abhilasha, and the entire team. And I'm sorry if I have forgotten the names, but they have been excellent in terms of supporting us and organizing the event jointly. Over to you.
Thank you very much. It feels good to be standing here. And I feel very grateful personally at this time because we are all celebrating the success that we have realized in these 3 days, we have achieved in these 3 days. I think it was a very great summarization by Anjuji just now, and also excellent inputs from all of you about what we could do next, what went really well, and what are the things that we can take away. Yeah, so thank you once again to all of you for that. No doubt it would have been easier to walk alone, because it makes your life easier. You can make your own decision, have your own choices. But walking together takes courage, because you need to respect each other's opinion, also agree on what others say, and respect what they have to bring to the table. And we have been together in this journey, in this partnership. So of course it was a courage, and we really appreciate this partnership led by Ministry of Forest and Environment together with Global Center on Adaptation and DCA. For those of you who didn't attend the opening session and are wondering what DCA is, DCA is DanChurchAid. It's a Danish organization. We have been in existence for 103 years, working in 20 countries across the world, and inequality is at the center of our heart, and climate action is our thematic focus. Just to reiterate, because some of you, I can see you have joined just today and yesterday. Congratulations to all of us, and I would like to also request a big round of applause to all of us right now. Thank you very much who were just on the stage, signing in the stage, and who were behind the scene, and the team who followed us online, and who supported us indirectly by following our updates in various social media, print media, and other medias. The government, as I also acknowledged at the very beginning and just now, we can't be more thankful. This event received huge support and acknowledgement and leadership from the Ministry of Forest and Environment, mainly the Climate Change Department. Anju said it was a few months back, but I feel like it was almost a year that we dreamed about this and tried to, figure out how do we do this. So we wanted to make sure that this event just happens at the right time and right place, bringing the right people in the table to have a very good discussion. And that's why this journey took a bit longer, but it was a beautiful journey. And during this, the ministry has been together with us, and there were many changes at the government level also, and the senior level officers who took lead of the climate change department. They trusted us. They trusted our team of GCA and DCA together. And also in this whole event, we have several representatives from Ministry of Forest and Environment participating full-time throughout, and therefore my sincere appreciation to all of you. This is a huge encouragement indeed. I'm also extremely thankful to the representatives from the National Planning Commission of Nepal who attended the event. Representative from the Ministry of Home Affairs, especially National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority, NDRRMA, Kathmandu Valley Development Authority for the participation and also attending as the panelist. It's so very important to get such high-level inputs from this, in this multi-stakeholder platform, and also from the multi-stakeholders. The local government who actually realized the dream in the ground. Thank you so much for participating in this event. Thank you so much, respected Mayor from Harion Municipality, respected Deputy Mayor from Benigat Rurang Municipality, who attended entirely. We also have representatives from the community groups who are actually working in the community, realizing the adaptation practices. We are very much thankful to all of you. And also we hope that based on the discussion just now, you will be encouraged enough and you will bring this agenda back to discuss and share with your team to allocate more funding for the locally led adaptation practices. The government officials from various South Asian countries apart from Nepal, thank you so much for accepting our invitation, and thank you for taking your time to participate in this important event, which is actually not only a solidarity, but it's also a commitment as a reason for to deal with the global problem. It has been an honor to hear you speak on behalf of your country and share very good lessons. We really, truly believe we have learned a lot. The experts, the researchers, practitioners, INGO representative, NGO representative, movement leaders, the private sector, community leaders, and from Nepal and also from South Asian countries, it has been a pleasure to share the table with you, witness the passion that we all have, the drive and the energy you have all brought here and also added into our own energy. This has also, of course, added motivation to us and myself also, being the environment student, environment researcher. Personally, also, it has been a huge enlightening event for me. Of course, the facilitators of the event, the World Cafe sessions, the rapporteurs, the presenters, contributors, thank you, all of you. The words are actually not sufficient to describe that. And towards the end, I also mentioned earlier that some of the failures which we didn't discuss enough, it would have been really nice if we could have had some time to discuss on that. What didn't work and where we failed. I think we were not that confident to discuss on all of this, or maybe we were so engaged in discussing all the good works that we have done. And such as, I mean, you can see also highlighted on the maladaptation practices, would have been really nice. It would have been also really nice to discuss a little more on how the private sector can bring in more value and how do we engage more, things like that. But it's really a learning. Every time we are learning, and the day we stop learning, we are done. So we should not be done. So it's a good sign. The media representatives, thank you for spreading the word from day one of the event, helping us reach the wider stakeholder and helping us make people understand what these people are doing in this Everest Hotel inside this hall. As the in-country organizer of the event, I would like to present a special acknowledgement to Ms. Susan, Ms. Anju, Sharin, Riadat, and the entire team of GCA, sorry, these are the similar in pronunciation. So, Global Center on Adaptation, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure working with you in this partnership. And we strongly believe that this is just the start of the longer journey that we have been taking together. We hope to take together. We are also very grateful to see the colleagues of FCDO coming in from different countries. Thank you for flying to attend this event. It is a huge encouragement for us as well, and also it's so good to see and hear the experiences coming in, and also to witness your commitment on the agenda of locally led adaptation. Thank you very much once again. Finally, my team at DCA, in program and in support functions who have been passionately engaging in this event throughout the process. All of you, thank you very much. Especially I would like to remember my dear colleague Kriti Shrestha, who I really hope she's following the online. This was her baby. She led the whole thing, but unfortunately she fell sick on the first day, and she was completely not able to be up and see this wonderful event that she had designed and, thought of. Kriti, thank you so much. I'm proud of you, and I wish you a speedy recovery. Once again, thank you, everyone. Have a nice rest of the day.
Thank you, Samjanaji. Before calling on our last speaker, may I request you should have received a feedback form on your table. If you can kindly share your feedback, that will help us plan these kind of events better in future. So our last speaker today is Mr. Suman Subedi, Under Secretary, Minister of Forest and Environment, Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaste, good afternoon. And now, towards the end of the programs, we are going to finally wrap up this 3 days workshop. I extend my sincere gratitude to Chair of Local Municipality, all distinguished guests, panelists, journalists, local community representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I am thankful to all our national and international guests for being here and accepting our invitations for being the part of this workshop. Climate change being the whole of the government and whole of the society approach, I am happy to see the diverse stakeholders who joined this auspicious event. Here comes the end of these 3 days workshops. In these 3 days, we actively involve, discuss, and explore the different aspects of adaptations and conclude that adaptation should be localized in local level with substantiated by scientific evidences and policy backup. Without any doubt, local level empowerment and engagement is the key to sustain the adaptation practices in our region. It is evident that locally led solutions are not just the approach, but a necessity in addressing climate resilience and sustainability in our communities. This regional workshop brings us together who hold common interest in climate change. We all regional countries who are representing here are always together in climate change arena with the common voice of tripling the climate finance and ease on technology transfer. Within that, we also have the common interest on flows of adaptation finance as equal to the mitigation. Therefore, I assume that these workshops helps to build our common understanding in this region to facilitate on adaptation finance and its related activities. One of the key takeaways from this workshop has been the importance of partnerships and linkage across sectors, borders, disciplines. Moving forward, it is imperative that we translate these discussions into actionable strategies, ensuring that the voice of local communities remain at the heart of climate adaptation efforts. I sincerely thank our organizers, facilitators, and all those who worked tirelessly behind this scene to make this event possible. You are the one who made this possible. Further, I would like to thank to GCA, DCA, FCDO for letting MOFE to take the lead of these auspicious events. Let us continue this momentum beyond this workshop, fostering collaborations and implementing solutions that empower communities and protect our environment. Have a safe travels, and let's stay connected for the cause we all deeply care about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subedi, for your closing remarks. I think that brings us to the end of the workshop. I also want to thank you all for your active participation and patient hearing throughout the workshop. And I think we have our last tea coffee served for the afternoon, and I wish you all a very safe journey back home. Thank you so much.